Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I went to a high school that people around town whispered about. Not in the usual small-town gossip kind of way, but with that hushed, side glance sort of tone people use when they're uncomfortable admitting they believe something weird might actually be happening. Even the teachers. Especially the teachers. It wasn't something we talked about formally. There weren't school-wide meetings about it, or any of that movie-style ghost hunting nonsense. But if you hung around long enough, or if you stayed after dark when the building emptied out and the janitors started mopping the floors with their quiet, tired rhythm, you'd start to hear things. Little things at first. Stories in passing. A chuckle from a faculty member who suddenly goes quiet. A teacher who tells a weird story and then laughs it off too quickly, avoiding eye contact. I'd heard the whispers before I even enrolled there, but I didn't think much of it. I figured it was the same kind of thing every old school had. Some creaky floorboards, a light that flickers, a long hallway at night that makes your skin crawl. But that school was different. The building itself was old. I don't mean charming, vintage old. I mean concrete block walls, narrow windows, thick steel doors with chipped paint from generations of sweaty hands. Some parts of it had been renovated, sure. The cafeteria had newer tiles, and the science wing had recently updated lab tables. But most of it, original, unchanged, heavy, dark, and cold no matter the season. Especially the auditorium. That place always felt wrong. At first, I didn't pay any of it much mind. I had friends, a full class schedule, and a solid routine. Then I joined DECA. That's where things started to shift for me. Our advisor, let's call him Mr. R, was one of those teachers everyone liked. Easygoing, funny, loved to talk, especially loved telling stories. And he had a thing for the creepy ones, too. He had a way of telling them like they were nothing, just a fact of life. Not to scare us, but because they were simply part of being in that building. I think that's what made them worse. One night after we got back late from a DECA competition, he took a group of us into the school for an impromptu ghost hunt. It was probably just past 10 p.m. by the time we walked in. The air was heavy. The kind of silence you don't notice until you're in it. No fluorescent buzz. No distant lockers slamming. Just dead quiet. We all moved toward the auditorium, half laughing and joking, but even then, you could feel the shift as we got closer. The temperature dropped. I could feel the sweat on my lower back go cold. We pushed through the double doors, and everything went silent. That auditorium, there was something about the way sound moved in there. It didn't bounce the way it should have. You could talk normally, and it felt like the sound got swallowed up halfway to the ceiling. The seats were old, scratched with initials and tiny carvings. The upholstery faded to a permanent grayish brown. The air always smelled like dust and metal and something faintly sour, like a damp basement that hadn't dried out all the way. We stood there a while, pointing out shadows, playing it up for fun, daring each other to walk down the aisle alone. It was stupid stuff. But then the spears fell. They were prop spears, left over from a school play years ago. Someone had leaned them up against the back wall of the stage. We were just standing there, laughing about something, when we heard the crash. Sharp, metallic, sudden. Like a whole bucket of metal pipes getting yanked down at once. The sound echoed across the stage and into the seats. Mr. R immediately turned on the lights. Nothing. No one was on the stage. We climbed up and checked behind the curtain. The spears were all scattered across the floor, but there was no one nearby. We looked at the trapdoor beneath the stage. Still padlocked. Not a cheap one either. One of those heavy-duty ones with the shackle you'd need bolt cutters to get through. I bent down and touched it, cold and unmoved. It hadn't been opened in a long time. We stood there awkwardly for a while, not really saying anything. A couple of the other students were laughing nervously. Mr. R tried to crack a joke. I remember not laughing. I just wanted to leave. Eventually we did. It was quiet on the way out, like no one really wanted to admit they were scared. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that metallic crash in my head over and over. A couple weeks later, we were back in the auditorium for another DECA thing. After the meeting, a few of us stuck around again. Same group. Mr. R sat in one of the chairs on the stage while we talked about upcoming projects. Nothing weird at first, just normal stuff. He eventually stood up, and we started packing our things. I was the last one to walk out, and as I turned back to look at the stage one last time, I saw the chair. Rocking. Not gently. Not the kind of movement a chair makes if someone just shifted their weight a little. It was full-on rocking like someone had stood up a second ago. But Mr. R had gotten up at least 30 seconds earlier. Maybe more. We'd all been moving around. No one had touched it since. I stopped dead in the aisle. The hair on my arm stood up. The chair slowed its motion, then stopped completely. I didn't say anything. I just turned and walked out. I didn't tell anyone about it for a while. But once I did, it was like opening a floodgate. One of my friends told me how their biology teacher refused to stay past 5 p.m. She'd heard too many things. Another guy told me the janitor doesn't clean certain classrooms unless the lights are all on and another person's with him. I started paying attention, watching the teachers, listening when they told stories. There was one story I kept hearing, different versions of it, told by different people, but always the same core. A teacher working late, usually around 9 or 10 p.m., hears a door slam, goes to check. No one there. Starts walking down the hallway. Hears another door slam, usually a janitor's closet. Goes to check it. Opens the door. Nothing. Empty room. Sometimes it's a full brick room. No windows. No exits. No hiding places. One of the teachers swore up and down that it wasn't just noise. He said he felt it. The pressure. The moment the door slammed, he said it was like the hallway changed, like the air got thicker, like he could feel it pushing back against him. Said he left immediately and never stayed late again. Eventually, I started noticing it myself. Not full-on experiences like the stories, but just enough to keep me on edge. The lights in the hallway outside the Deca room flickered more than anywhere else. Sometimes, when I walked past certain lockers, I could feel this strange cold spot, like stepping into air conditioning even when it was summer. There were certain classrooms I just didn't like going into. I couldn't explain it. Nothing ever happened in them. But the feeling you got when you were alone, unsettling, too quiet, like the silence wasn't natural. I remember once I forgot my phone charger in my English class. It was after school, probably 4:30. Not that late. Still light outside. I went back into the building, through the side entrance by the staff lot. The door creaked open in that slow, deliberate way that makes your spine tingle, even though you know it's just the hinges. The hallways were empty, echoey. My footsteps were the only sound. I walked past the auditorium doors. Locked. I kept going. Down the math wing. Up the stairs. My classroom was at the far end. I reached for the door and stopped. It was open. I was the last class of the day. The teacher had left before me. I'd seen her walk out to her car. She always locked the door. I pushed it open slowly and stepped in. Everything looked normal. Desk chair pushed in. Whiteboard still marked from the day's notes. My charger sat on the floor by my desk. I bent down, grabbed it, and as I stood up, I heard it. One loud, distinct footstep from the hallway. I froze. It wasn't creaking. It wasn't echo. It wasn't the building settling. It was the sound of a shoe. On tile. Just one step. I waited. Nothing else. I turned off the lights, closed the door, and walked out. Calm. Not fast. Not slow. I walked like I wasn't scared. Like nothing had happened. But my heart was beating so hard I thought I might faint. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know what was there. I went straight out the side door, got into my car, and sat with the engine running until I could stop shaking. After that, I avoided going back inside alone. Ever. I made sure to get my stuff out early. If I forgot something, it stayed forgotten until morning. Even Mr. R, who loved telling stories, started getting more serious about it. I remember toward the end of the year, he told us that he didn't like doing the ghost hunts anymore. Said it felt different now. Less fun. More heavy. Like the building didn't like us poking around. He laughed when he said it, but it wasn't the same kind of laugh. I graduated eventually. Moved on. Went to college. Got a job. Life kept going. But even now, years later, I still think about that place. Sometimes, I'll be walking alone at night and hear a door slam in the distance, and my brain jumps straight back to those halls. That cold silence. That feeling that someone was just around the corner. Watching. Waiting. Never seen. Never explained. I don't believe in ghosts. Not really. But I believe in buildings. I believe they hold on to things. To energy. To memory. That school felt like it was holding its breath all the time. like it remembered something it didn't want to share. And maybe that's scarier than any ghost story, because it means the scariest things don't need to be seen. They just need to be felt. And once you feel it, it never really leaves you. I didn't really believe in the whole idea of demons or possession growing up. I liked scary movies, watched a bunch of them with my mom. Old stuff mostly, the kind of horror movies that rely more on mood and tension than blood and guts. She was always down for a ghost story or something spooky. We'd sit in the living room with popcorn and a blanket. Lights dimmed just enough to make the shadows on the wall feel like they were moving on their own. She wasn't superstitious or overly religious or anything like that, but she did pray every night before bed. It wasn't a big thing, just a quiet ritual that made her feel better, I think. She didn't talk much about God, rarely went to church, but she prayed. That was just her thing. There was one line, though, that she never crossed. She would never, ever, watch anything to do with demons or possession. Not a chance. It didn't matter how tame it looked, how many people said it was just a movie. If it had anything remotely related to possession, she was out. That was her hard boundary. I remember once asking her if she wanted to watch The Exorcist. She didn't just say no, she shut me down. Hard. Her tone changed, her whole body language shifted. There was something behind her eyes I hadn't seen before. Not fear exactly, but something close to it, something deeper. Later, I tried again. Not with The Exorcist, but with Constantine. I showed her the trailer, and as soon as that girl crawled up the ceiling in that fast, jerky motion they use in all those possession scenes, she didn't even let me finish. Just said, "Turn that off. Right now." She didn't raise her voice, but there was a sharp edge to it. She wasn't messing around. And I guess the thing that really stuck with me was the Ouija board thing. She hated them, hated the idea of them, wouldn't allow one in the house. And I mean that literally. If you even mentioned bringing one in, she'd snap. She'd get loud. She'd cuss, which she almost never did. She didn't care if it was a joke or just for fun. It was like flipping a switch. No Ouija boards. Not in her house. Not ever. I let it go for a long time. But eventually, I asked her about it. Not in a teasing way. I was genuinely curious. Something must have happened, right? You don't just build that kind of wall for no reason. And one night, when it was just the two of us, I asked. We were sitting in the kitchen, the dishwasher humming in the background, the room half lit by the little lamp by the window. She didn't answer right away. Just stared at her coffee, like she was waiting for it to go cold. Then she said, "I'll tell you once. But just once. Don't ever ask me again." I didn't know what to expect, but what she told me changed how I saw her. It wasn't a dramatic story, not at first. But the way she spoke, the way her voice tightened and drifted, and then went still, it felt real. More real than anything I'd ever heard. She was a teenager, maybe 15 or 16. This would have been in the early 70s, maybe a bit later. It was a Friday night, and she was staying over at her friend Julie's house. They'd been planning it for a while. Julie's parents were cool, the kind that didn't mind kids staying up late, as long as they weren't causing trouble. The house wasn't huge, but it was comfortable, and it had that lived-in feel. Family photos on the walls, thick carpet, one of those old wooden TVs with the dial you had to get up and turn. Her parents were watching some show in the living room while the girls hung out in Julie's room playing games. My mom said they'd been playing board games for a while, Life, Clue, that kind of thing. At some point, Julie pulled out a different box. It looked like a game, had that same glossy cardboard feel, but when she opened it, my mom saw the letters, the numbers, the yes and no in the corners. She'd never seen one before. She didn't know what it was, but everyone else seemed excited. There were 4 of them in total. Julie, her cousin Lacey, a girl named Tamara, and my mom. They lit a couple candles, not for effect, just because the light in the room was too bright. They thought it'd be fun, spooky in a harmless way, like telling ghost stories under a blanket. At first it was silly. They asked dumb questions. Who's got a crush on who? Are there any spirits here? Stuff like that. And of course, the pointer moved. Slowly, hesitantly, with all their fingers touching it. My mom thought one of the other girls was pushing it. Someone always pushes it. But then things started getting weird. They asked if there was a spirit in the house. The planchette, what she called the little piece, moved straight to yes. They all kind of laughed nervously. Then they asked it to show itself. Nothing happened right away. Then, just as quickly as flipping a switch, Every light in the house went out. Not just in the room they were in, every light star. The TV in the living room cut out, and they heard Julie's dad say something from down the hall, confused, like, "What the hell?" Then, just as suddenly, everything came back on. The lights, the TV, even the little candle flames barely flickered. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, but the timing, it wasn't right. That was the first time my mom said she felt that heavy drop in her stomach. Like something was wrong, but she couldn't explain it. They asked the board, "Who are you?" The pointer started moving again. Slow at first. D, then E, then V, I, L. My mom thought someone was playing a joke. Had to be. So she waited for someone to laugh. But no one did. Julie and Lacey looked pale. Tamara had pulled her fingers back from the board. Then one of them, I think it was Julie, said out loud, "If you're really the devil, then show yourself." My mom said the second she heard those words, she felt like everything in the room dropped by 10 degrees. The air changed. It got thick. Not like it does before a storm. More like a kind of stillness that settles over everything when something isn't right. Then the TV in the living room shut off again. Not the power, just the screen. It was one of those old ones with a thick glass surface, so it reflected everything like a dark mirror. From where they were sitting, they could see the TV from the hallway. And in that screen, all of them saw something. Not a clear shape, not a person exactly, but a dark mass. A presence, sitting on the couch next to them, like a figure hunched forward, arms resting on its knees, looking directly at them. No one screamed. No one said a word. They just stared. And then the kitchen exploded with noise. The cupboards were slamming open and shut. Hard. Over and over. Something flew off the top of the fridge. Dishes clattered to the floor. There were no footsteps. No voices. Just noise. Like the house itself was coming apart. That broke the spell. Julie screamed. Her dad came running. They all stood there, frozen, as he ran into the kitchen and found nothing, just a mess. No windows open, no wind, no reason for anything to be moving. The girls threw the board in the trash. Julie's mom took it out to the garbage can outside. She was shaking. My mom remembered that clearly. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. That night, they all tried to sleep. My mom was in a sleeping bag on the floor. Everything was quiet for a while. But around 2 or 3 in the morning, she woke up to a noise. At first it was faint, like distant banging. Then it got louder. It sounded like something was on the roof. Not just walking, but dragging something. Like chains. She laid there, frozen. The sound moved slowly across the roof, right above them. Every step had weight, like metal on shingles. She thought it was a dream at first. But then she heard it again. Louder. Closer. And dogs. That was the worst part. Not barking. Growling. Snarling. It sounded like a pack of dogs was up there, fighting, but low to the ground, their claws scraping, chains clinking. Not a lot of noise, but enough. Just enough to feel wrong. She didn't move, didn't wake anyone up. Just lay there and waited for it to stop. Eventually it did. Slowly, like it was moving away. Then silence. In the morning, she asked Julie's parents if any of the neighbors had dogs. They said no. None of the houses nearby had animals that roamed. They said they'd heard it too. The chains. The dogs. On the roof. They couldn't explain it either. They never talked about it again. Julie moved away a year later. My mom never went back to that house. And she never touched a Ouija board again. She won't even let the word come up in her house. She finished telling me this story and just sat there. Her coffee was cold by then. She looked tired. Not scared. Just worn out. Like remembering it had cost her something. I didn't know what to say. I believed her. Not because the story made perfect sense, but because of the way she told it. No drama. No big buildup. Just facts. Clear and cold. And the thing that really stayed with me, every time she's told me that story, even just parts of it, I get this feeling. Like the air around me shifts. A small pressure on my chest. A coldness at the back of my neck. Not fear exactly, but something like it. Something older. Deeper. I don't know if what they saw that night was real in the way we think of real, but it left something behind. Something that still hangs around the edges of her life. Quiet and invisible, but always there. I've never brought up The Exorcist again. Never teased her about it. And I've never brought a Ouija board into any house I've lived in. Because sometimes the scariest stories aren't the ones in movies. They're the ones that no one wants to tell more than once. A few years back, I was living with my sister for a while. Her and her boyfriend had gotten into it. Something ugly, I think, but I never asked too many questions. It wasn't really my business. All I knew was that he was staying somewhere else for the time being, and she didn't want to be alone in the house. She was never good with silence, especially after an argument. I was between jobs anyway, and crashing at her place meant free internet, free food, a roof over my head, and the occasional beer if I timed it right. So I said sure. Why not? It was a small, older house, one of those mid-century ones with the low ceilings and cheap beige carpet that soaks up every sound. Her living room had two couches, one that faced the TV and another that sat along the wall near the front door. The one by the TV was mine for the time being. It wasn't the most comfortable thing to sleep on, but I made it work with a couple of blankets and a pillow I'd brought from my storage unit. The first couple nights were uneventful. We had a little routine. She'd get home from work, we'd watch a movie or eat dinner, and then she'd head off to bed while I stayed up a little longer scrolling through my phone, playing games, or just zoning out with some random show playing in the background. Nothing unusual. It was sometime around the third or fourth night that it happened. I remember it had been quiet that day. She was in a better mood, but still walking on eggshells emotionally. The kind of drain you get after crying for a few days straight. We'd eaten pizza and watched some old sitcoms. I stayed up a little later than usual, just fiddling around on my phone. Eventually, I turned off the lamp next to the couch, covered myself up, and let the quiet pull me down into sleep. The hum of the fridge from the kitchen blended with the distant traffic outside. I dozed off with the light from a street lamp bleeding through the thin curtains behind me. Then I woke up. I shot straight up like someone had hit a switch in my brain. My heart was racing, and I couldn't remember why. Just that I'd been dreaming something bad, something really bad. But it was already gone, wiped from my mind like water off a foggy mirror. The kind of nightmare that jolts you out of sleep, but leaves no image behind. Just panic. The room was still. Too still. I sat there, half covered by the blanket, my breathing heavier than it should have been. The only light came from the window behind me, and the faint glow from the kitchen down the hall. My eyes adjusted fast. I always had pretty good night vision, even as a kid. The layout of the room was familiar now. The long coffee table in front of me. TV off. My shoes by the side of the couch. Nothing out of place. Then I looked over my shoulder. I don't know why I turned around. I wasn't hearing anything. I wasn't seeing anything. It was just that feeling, like something was there. I shifted slowly, turning my head toward the other couch near the front door. And that's when I saw it. A figure. A tall, dark figure sitting on the couch, completely still. My first thought wasn't fear. It was confusion. Who the hell was that? My body tensed, and my brain scrambled for explanations. Was it her boyfriend? Did he break in? Was someone else in the house? My feet hit the carpet before I realized what I was doing. I stood up fast, blanket falling off my lap. My legs were stiff and cold from sleeping, but adrenaline kicked in hard. I was ready to fight, or at least confront. I squared my shoulders like I was about to charge him, but then I really looked at him. The figure didn't move. Not at all. It was facing forward, head slightly bowed. Its arms were folded in a way that didn't look casual, almost formal. The robe, if you could call it that, was long and pitch black. It had a pointed hood that hung forward, casting a shadow so deep I couldn't make out a single detail of what was inside. No face, no skin, just darkness. And the way it sat, it wasn't natural. Not like someone who had just wandered in and sat down to rest. It looked like it had been there for a while, like it belonged there, like it was waiting. My breath caught in my throat. My hands were trembling. The fight drained out of me as fast as it had risen. Something primal inside me screamed run. So I did. I turned and bolted down the hall toward the kitchen. I didn't even think of waking up my sister. I just needed something, anything to defend myself with. I opened the closet near the washer and dryer, flipping on the light. There wasn't much there. A broom, a couple of boxes, some detergent. I saw my old basketball from high school and grabbed it. It was worn smooth and a little soft from years of sitting, but it gave me something to hold on to. Something solid. My knuckles went white gripping it. I stood there for a moment, back against the wall, trying to catch my breath. My whole body was shaking. I listened hard, but the house was silent. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing moving. The fridge buzzed behind me, and the clock on the microwave ticked on like it didn't care. I blinked. My thoughts started catching up to me. I told myself I had to be dreaming, still asleep on the couch. Maybe the nightmare wasn't over. Maybe I was just seeing things. That would explain it, right? Or maybe it was just a pile of clothes. Maybe I left something on that couch earlier. A jacket, a bag, some shadows. Maybe my brain filled in the gaps. I stood there for what felt like forever, just gripping that basketball, trying to get myself to move, trying to make sense of what I saw. Eventually, I decided I needed to check. I had to. I needed to prove to myself that it was nothing. So I walked back down the hallway. Slow, careful. Every creak of the floor felt loud enough to wake the neighbors. I rounded the corner into the living room, still holding that ball like it was a weapon. I flipped on the light. The room lit up instantly, bright and familiar. Everything in its place. My blanket still half spilled over the couch where I'd been sleeping. Coffee table, shoes, lamp, normal. I turned toward the other couch. Nothing. No figure. No robe. No pile of clothes. Not even a shadow. Just empty cushions. I stood there staring at it, waiting for my eyes to adjust to something that wasn't there. I walked closer, reached out, touched the fabric. It was cold but undisturbed. No indent where someone had been sitting. No heat. No nothing. It was like the whole thing never happened. I looked back at the window behind my couch. Same dim, orange streetlight coming through. I even looked under the couch, behind it, around the room. I was fully awake now. The kind of awake that doesn't let you sleep again for hours. Eventually, I sat back down on my couch. The basketball was still in my hands. I held it for a while before setting it beside me. I didn't turn the light off. I just sat there, wide-eyed and listening to the house breathe. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. The next morning, I didn't say anything. My sister made coffee, we had breakfast, and I pretended like I'd slept just fine. She didn't ask. I didn't offer. Some part of me wanted to believe it had all been in my head, that I'd imagined it, that the waking panic had played tricks on me. But I knew what I saw. I've had dreams before, sleep paralysis even. I've seen shadows in the corner of my vision, heard things, but this wasn't like that. I moved. I ran. I turned lights on. I touched things. I thought. I waited. I checked again. I was fully, completely awake. And that figure, that thing, was real, at least to me. I never saw it again. Eventually, her boyfriend came back, and I moved out. We never talked about that stretch of time, and I didn't feel the need to bring it up. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed late at night, and the room gets too quiet, I think about that figure. About how it sat there. Still. Patient. Like it had time. I don't know what it was. I don't think it was a ghost or anything like that. It didn't float. It didn't vanish. It just sat there, waiting. I think the part that got to me the most was the robe. That long, pointed hood. The way the arms were crossed, tucked into each other like someone at rest. It wasn't moving, but it didn't feel asleep. It felt aware, present. And the whole time, its head stayed tilted down just enough that I couldn't see inside the hood. Just blackness. I still get chills when I think about it. Not just goosebumps, but a deep cold that settles into my spine and makes my eyes water. My throat tightens up, like it's not just a memory, but something unfinished. The scariest part, I think, is how calm it was. How quiet. It didn't lunge at me. It didn't speak. It didn't even stand up. It just waited. And maybe it wasn't meant for me. Maybe it was there for someone else. Or maybe it was just passing through. But every now and then, when things go quiet and I feel that heaviness in the air, I remember how it looked. And I wonder if it's still out there somewhere. Just sitting, waiting, for someone else to wake up. Six years ago, when I was 19, I stayed the night at my two best friends' house. We'd been close since middle school, and at that point, we were practically family. It was summer, and we'd just finished a long, lazy day full of junk food, random YouTube videos, and talking about everything and nothing at once. I remember we were piled into the same queen-size bed in their room because we'd been watching movies until way too late, and none of us felt like moving. It wasn't the first time we'd all crashed in the same bed. We'd done it dozens of times before, staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning, half asleep and still joking around. That night was no different, except I actually passed out early. I remember lying in the middle of the bed with my friends on either side of me, the fan on low in the corner of the room, and the hallway light off. The room was dark, but not pitch black. A little moonlight was coming through the curtains, and there was a faint glow from the power light on the TV in the corner. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The room was quiet, but not silent. That soft hum from the fan was still going, and I think I could hear some light buzzing, probably from the fridge down the hall or something electrical. I didn't wake up startled or anything. I just opened my eyes, not sure if I was awake or dreaming at first. My eyes adjusted quickly, and that's when I saw her. There was a girl standing at the foot of the bed. She looked around 6 or 7 years old. Small frame, wearing what looked like a plain t-shirt, maybe white or light pink, and shorts. Her hair was dark and a little messy, not totally unkempt, but not brushed either. She wasn't moving, just standing there, looking right at us. Not staring blankly, not crying or smiling, just watching. For a long moment, I didn't even react. My eyes were open, and I was breathing, but my body was frozen. It felt like something clicked wrong in my brain, like I couldn't process what I was seeing. My heart started pounding so hard in my chest, I could hear it in my ears. I tried to blink it away, thinking maybe I was still dreaming. Maybe it was some weird sleep thing. But she didn't disappear. She didn't move. She just stood there, still, about 2 feet from the bed, looking down at the three of us. My arms were under the blanket, and I didn't dare move. My hands were sweaty. My mouth was dry. I remember thinking that if I said anything, if I even breathed too loud, she would do something. I didn't know what: scream, jump, crawl across the bed. I didn't know. But it felt like something terrible would happen if I moved. I don't even remember hearing myself breathe. Everything else just kind of faded out. Then, without a sound, she started to fade. It wasn't like she vanished in an instant. It was slow, gradual. Her shape got softer. The details of her face and clothes started to blur, and then it was like she melted into the darkness. Within maybe 5 seconds, she was completely gone. I just lay there. It took me what felt like a full minute to even turn my head. My 2 friends were still asleep, one breathing slow and steady, the other facing away. I was shaking a little, not violently, but I felt cold and clammy all over. I stared at the foot of the bed, then the corner of the room, then the door. I didn't get up. I couldn't. I just lay there until morning. When I finally fell asleep again, the sun was starting to come up. I didn't say anything to them that day, or the next week. For a long time, I just convinced myself it must have been a dream. A vivid, terrifying dream. Maybe I was sleep deprived. Maybe something from a movie we watched stuck in my head. That had to be it. I didn't even believe in ghosts, and I still don't, not in the way most people do. But it didn't feel like a dream, and that's what made it worse. It felt real. The room wasn't different than usual. The lighting, the smell of the old carpet, the hum of the fan, the feel of the blanket, all of that was exactly the same as when I'd fallen asleep. I remembered every detail. It wasn't blurry or vague like dreams usually are. It felt too real, too grounded, but I kept it to myself. I didn't want them to laugh or think I was being dramatic. And then a couple months later, they told me something that made my stomach drop. We were talking about weird stuff one afternoon, just random stories, some funny, some kind of unsettling. And they mentioned that one night, not long after I stayed over, they were both in their room, just hanging out, when they heard what sounded like kids laughing in the living room. They weren't watching anything. No TV, no music. Just sitting on the floor messing with a board game or something. And they heard it, clear as day, children laughing. Not just once, a few times. Light, giggling sounds like 2 or 3 kids playing. They both got quiet and went to the door to listen. And just as they reached the bedroom door, something hit it. Hard. A solid thump, like someone threw something or even punched it. They both freaked out and ran into the hallway, thinking someone had broken in. They checked everything, the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, even the closets. But no one was there. Nothing was out of place. All the windows were locked. The front and back doors were deadbolt. No sign of anyone. That's when I told them what I saw. They looked at me like I'd hit them with a brick. I remember one of them just staring at me without saying anything. The other asked when it happened. I said it was the night I slept over. That same room, same bed, and that same eerie quiet. I told them every detail, the girl's height, the way she looked, how she didn't move, how she faded, how I couldn't even move or speak because I was so scared. I told them how real it felt. They didn't laugh, and that scared me more than anything. I expected them to joke about it, make fun, or at least shrug it off. But they didn't. They were quiet for a long time. Then one of them said they'd sometimes hear tapping sounds from the hallway, always late at night, just soft little knocks like someone lightly tapping their nails against the wall. I hadn't heard anything like that, but it chilled me. After that, I didn't stay over much anymore. We still hung out all the time, but I always left before dark. They never told their parents, and I didn't either. I didn't see the point. Nothing ever escalated, nothing got violent or dangerous. But that memory stuck with me like a splinter under the skin. I couldn't get it out, and I couldn't explain it. Over the years, I tried to find explanations. I read about sleep paralysis, lucid dreaming, night terrors. I convinced myself that maybe I was somewhere between sleep and awake. That maybe I had a kind of hypnagogic hallucination, the kind that feels totally real because your brain hasn't fully shut down or fully woken up. That seemed like the most logical explanation. But even then, I kept circling back to the feeling. I've had weird dreams before. I've had nightmares and even dreams that stayed with me for days. But this wasn't like that. I didn't wake up sweating or confused. I didn't feel disoriented. I felt terrified, yes, but grounded. Like I was awake in the real world, fully aware, and watching something I wasn't supposed to see. It's been 6 years, and I still remember the way she looked. Not in every tiny detail. I can't describe her face exactly, or say what her shirt said, if there was writing on it at all. But I remember the size of her, the way her arms hung at her sides, the way her eyes never left me, even though she never moved. I remember how slowly she faded. That slow, impossible disappearing act. I never heard a sound from her. No footsteps, no breathing, just her there, and then not. Sometimes I think maybe it was some kind of projection, that maybe I was experiencing stress or some leftover image from a show or video game, and my mind just placed it into the room like a mirage. But the more I try to explain it, the more I just come up short. What made it worse was that I wasn't the only one who noticed weird things in that house. My friends had lived there for a few years, and they'd occasionally mention things that didn't make sense. Lights flickering for no reason, their dog barking at empty corners, small objects moving from where they were left. Not enough to call it haunted, but enough to raise questions. And yet, we all kept living like normal. We still met up, still watched movies, still laughed about stupid things. But we didn't bring up the girl again, not in a serious way. It was like some silent agreement that it was better not to dig too deep. About a year after it happened, I moved away for school. I visited less often, and when I did, I never stayed overnight. They moved out of that house a couple years later, and none of us have had any experiences like that since. We don't talk about it much anymore. It's one of those things that sits in the back of your mind, always there, but not something you bring up unless you really have to. Even now, when I'm lying in bed at night, I sometimes think about that moment. That feeling of waking up and seeing someone who wasn't supposed to be there. The way the room felt different. Not evil, not cold, just wrong. Out of balance. I don't know what I saw. I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm not saying it was real, or a hallucination, or a dream. I just know that I saw her. I remember every second of it. And no matter how much time passes, I can't shake the memory. Sometimes, what you see doesn't matter as much as how it made you feel. And that night, I felt something I'd never felt before, and haven't felt since. Pure, quiet, paralyzing fear. I remember that vacation like it was yesterday, even though it was years ago. We were out in the middle of nowhere, literally a farm that's been in the family for generations. The kind of place where the nearest neighbor is a good 20 miles away, and the only sounds you usually hear at night are the crickets and maybe an owl or two. The air always smells a little like earth and grass, especially after a rain. That place has its own rhythm and peace, but sometimes it gets downright creepy in ways you can't explain. We were all hanging out in the living room one evening. It was just me and my family, mom, dad, and my little sister. We'd been playing Xbox for a few hours, trying to get through some game that none of us really cared about, but played anyway just to pass the time. The TV was loud, the kind of noise that makes you forget you're in the middle of nowhere. I think it was around 9 or 10 p.m. The sky outside had already turned completely black, and the windows showed nothing but shadows of trees and a faint glimmer of moonlight. Suddenly, in the middle of some chaotic in-game battle, I heard a noise outside. It wasn't just the usual animal sounds, or the wind rustling through the leaves. It was something different. I paused the game. Everyone stopped talking. Then, from somewhere outside came this horn blaring, sharp and loud, like someone was honking nonstop on a car horn. Only problem? We live on a farm. The only vehicle we had outside was my mom's old Camaro, and we didn't get visitors at that hour, not on purpose anyway. I set the controller down slowly and told everyone to keep quiet. The horn was relentless. It felt like it was right outside the window, vibrating through the walls and rattling the glass. It wasn't a brief beep, it was constant. I got up, feeling this sudden rush of adrenaline and tension crawling up my spine. My hands shook a little as I walked towards the door and grabbed my revolver from where it usually sat on the kitchen counter. We lived far enough from the city that having a gun at home wasn't unusual, just a safety thing. But that night, it felt necessary. Stepping outside into the cold night air, the noise hit me like a wall. The horn was blaring right next to the Camaro, which was parked close to the house. I moved slowly, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner of the driveway. The horn was so loud it drowned out everything else, the rustling trees, the distant sounds of crickets. But when I got close enough to the car, I saw something that made my heart drop. No one was sitting in the driver's seat. The car was completely empty. The horn stopped suddenly, just like that. The silence after it was almost worse. I stood there for a long minute, watching the empty car. There was no key in the ignition, no sign that someone had been driving or even close by. No footprints in the dirt, no tire tracks leading up or away. Just the Camaro, quiet and still, like nothing had happened. I wanted to tell my parents, to figure out what the hell was going on, but the unease in my gut was too strong. I shook my head, muttered, "Fuck this," and walked back inside, locking the door behind me. But the night wasn't done yet. As soon as I closed the door, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Something darted across the living room. It moved fast, too fast to be a person. I jumped up and chased it instinctively, following it all the way to the sliding glass door at the back of the house. I slammed my hand on the handle and tried to open it, but it was locked tight. Nothing was outside on the porch or in the yard, not even a shadow. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. Whatever had been out there wasn't human, or at least, not anything I could recognize. The whole house felt off. It was like the air itself was heavy and strange. I didn't sleep in my own bed that night. I left and stayed at my friend's house the rest of the week. I told them what happened, but they just shrugged and said, "Must have been some prank or the wind or something." Maybe they were right, but I know what I saw and what I heard. That's just one of the many weird things that have happened on this farm. Another time, I stayed at my grandparents' place, which isn't far from my house, still on the same farm. It's an old farmhouse, creaky floors, wood paneling, the kind of place where every little sound echoes and feels amplified. The walls are thin, and the house always smells like old wood and pine cleaner. My grandparents went to bed early as usual. I stayed up, watching a series of unfortunate events on DVD. One of those shows I always liked, dark and strange but interesting. I think I must have fallen asleep in the recliner because I woke up around 3 a.m. to a strange feeling. The TV was still on, but just the DVD menu playing on low volume, the screen glowing faintly in the dark. Then I heard it, a scream. Not the kind of scream you hear on TV or movies, but a brutal, blood-curdling scream of a woman. It was so raw and terrifying that I froze for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest like it was trying to break free. I didn't know where it came from. The house was still. The windows were shut. My grandparents' room was at the other end of the house, and they were both sound asleep, or so I thought. I grabbed my jacket and ran outside, thinking maybe someone was hurt, someone was out there in trouble. But the yard was empty, the farm silent except for the usual sounds of night insects and the wind moving through the trees. I told my grandma the next morning about the scream. She looked worried, but said she didn't hear anything. She went outside and checked the property, but there was nothing. No footprints, no signs of anyone around. It was like the scream never happened. But I know it did. There's a part of the farm near my grandparents' house that's even stranger. There's this old, half-fallen down house deep in the woods next to their property. The wood is rotted, the windows broken, and it looks like it hasn't been lived in for decades. It's the kind of place you avoid walking near because it gives off a heavy, sad feeling. From time to time, my grandparents will see a little girl and an older woman near that old house. They never get close enough to talk to them or even really see their faces, but the figures are there. The older woman, my grandpa says, is someone he recognized. She used to take care of him when he was sick, long before I was born. She usually only appears when he's not feeling well. The little girl is different. They don't know who she is. She's just there, standing quietly near the woods, watching. It's not like the stories you hear in movies or books with ghosts or monsters. It's something else, more real, more unsettling because there's no clear explanation. The farm is old, and the land has been lived on by people for a long time. Things happen here that don't make sense, but feel natural at the same time, like the land itself holds memories. All these things, the horn, the scream, the figures near the old house, they don't add up, but they all happened on this farm. It's a place full of silence and shadows, where the ordinary suddenly feels strange. After that night with the horn and the figure running through the house, I never really felt comfortable there anymore. I don't stay at the farm when I don't have to. The land feels alive, but not in a good way. It's like it watches you, waits, but for what, I don't know. The farm is still there, the house still stands, the woods still hold those half-hidden shapes. People say it's just old, or that the wind makes things sound strange, or your mind plays tricks on you when you're alone in the dark. Maybe that's true, but I know what I saw and heard. And sometimes, on those long, quiet nights, when everything is still except for the wind, I swear I can hear that horn again, just for a moment, before it fades into the darkness. The first night I spent in Somalia was unlike anything I'd ever known. We had landed earlier that day, and I remember the way the sun beat down on everything, unrelenting and dry, like it wanted to peel your skin off by the hour. The heat was only part of it, though. There was something in the air that felt thick. Not just dusty, but tense, like the place itself had been holding its breath for a long time. We were told we'd be setting up camp at the old embassy's golf course. The irony of that didn't hit me until later. A golf course in the middle of a broken city, war-torn, hollowed-out buildings, broken glass, and collapsed walls surrounding a dry, yellow patch of earth that someone once tried to keep green. The grass was long dead. Everything was dry and brown. It looked like a ghost of what it used to be. There was barely any moon that night, just a dull haze above us. The kind of night where shadows fade into the black, and it's hard to tell where the ground ends and the sky begins. We set up inside the perimeter of the compound, but that didn't bring much comfort. The walls that were supposed to protect the place had gaping holes torn through them. Artillery hits from some fight long before we got there. We wired those holes with whatever we could. Trip flares, cans, razor wire. Nothing fancy, but enough to make someone hesitate or give us a heads up. When the sun finally dipped below the skyline, it got quiet, eerily so. Just the occasional hum of insects and the metallic scrape of our own movement. A bulldozer rolled in after dark, its engine growling like it didn't want to be there. We used it to dig fighting positions, defensive holes, foxholes, whatever you want to call them. It clawed into the dry soil like an animal, scooping out trenches under the cover of blackness. The dirt was thick with clay in places, dry and crumbling in others, and the machine kept stalling. We took turns digging by hand to help speed it up. I was assigned one of the forward-facing holes, just inside the wall. My shift wasn't until just before midnight. Until then, I tried to get some rest. You don't really sleep on a night like that, though. You just lay there with your eyes open, blinking against the dark, thinking about everything you can't see. When it was time to take over the watch, the guys we relieved looked shaken up. Not scared exactly, just uncomfortable. One of them mumbled something about the whole stinking bad. That was all I got. No details. No warning. Just a short grumble about the smell, and then they were gone. I climbed down into the hole, rifle slung across my chest, boots crunching on loose dirt. The smell hit immediately. Thick, sour, and wrong. It wasn't just body odor or old food or diesel fumes. It was deeper than that. Rot. Something long dead. It coated the back of my throat like oil. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, but it didn't help. It was already in my nose, already in my mouth. The air in the hole was heavier than it should have been. There was barely any wind, and down in the trench, the heat from the day still lingered. It was like breathing in a damp, suffocating blanket. I remember trying to shift my weight to get comfortable, and that's when I noticed the sharp jabs beneath me. I was kneeling on something hard and uneven, not just dirt and small rocks, something sharper. I moved around, thinking maybe it was old debris. But it wasn't metal. It wasn't glass. It felt strange. like brittle sticks that cracked under pressure but didn't splinter the way wood does. I brushed some dirt away with my glove and felt something smooth and curved beneath. I didn't look too closely, didn't think much of it. I just shifted again, trying to find a place where I wasn't sitting directly on it. I sat there for hours, trying not to gag on the smell, trying to stay alert. Every tiny noise, every shift in the wind, every creak of the wires on the wall, every breath made my muscles tense. I kept looking into the darkness beyond the wall, scanning for movement, even though I could barely see 5 feet ahead. Night vision wasn't worth a damn without contrast. It was just a flat sheet of green static. Eventually, the next shift showed up, and I climbed out without a word. I don't remember much about crawling into my sleeping bag. I was so drained and nauseous that my mind felt half shut off. The sun was already climbing when I finally passed out. I slept hard and deep, like my body didn't care where I was anymore. It just shut down. By the time I woke up, the sun was high, beating down like it wanted to finish the job it started the day before. I stumbled out of the shade and stretched, still groggy, my back sore, mouth dry. I looked around, expecting another quiet, sluggish morning. But there was a crowd near the edge of the compound, right where the defensive holes had been dug the night before. A bunch of people, locals, were gathered. Men, women, a few kids. Some were weeping. Others just stood there, heads down, hands clasped tight. At first I thought maybe there'd been an attack. Maybe someone had gotten through. But there were no alarms, no chaos. Just a grim kind of activity. I wandered closer, confused, and saw a couple of our guys standing off to the side, quiet and stiff. Between the soldiers and the locals, there were piles of dirt, loose, upturned earth. And bones. Bones everywhere. Long ones, short ones, whole ribs and shattered bits scattered in the dirt. Some looked yellowed with age. Others were still dark with decay. The hole I'd spent my night in was one of them. A shallow pit, its walls crumbling slightly from the movement inside. And I saw it now, plain as day. What I'd taken for sharp rocks in the night were bone fragments. Shards of skull, pieces of spine, the clean edge of a femur sticking out of the wall like a tree root. One of the locals was down in the hole with a shawl wrapped around her head. She was on her knees, brushing dirt away from something gently. Her hands trembled. I looked away when I realized what she was cradling. A jawbone still with teeth. I felt sick. My stomach turned in on itself, and I had to sit down before my knees gave out. It wasn't just one grave. It was a burial ground. Poorly marked. Forgotten maybe. Or ignored. The bulldozer the night before had dug straight into it, unknowing. We'd pitched our defenses in the middle of someone's resting place. No one said much. The interpreters talked to the families. Our higher-ups gave out quiet apologies and promises. But none of that mattered in the moment. The damage was done. The earth had been disturbed. What should have stayed buried had been dug up in the name of safety. I thought about the stench in the hole and realized it wasn't my imagination. It had clung to my uniform, to my gloves. I remembered kneeling on bones and trying to sleep while someone's remains rested under my boots. I felt filthier than I've ever felt in my life. Later, I washed my hands for a long time. Not just for cleanliness, but for the feeling of something I couldn't name. Disgust, maybe. Guilt. Maybe both. That night, no one wanted to talk about it. We set up new holes further out, this time by hand. Carefully. Cautiously. No bulldozers. Every time someone hit something hard, we stopped. Dug around it. No one wanted a repeat of that. In the days that followed, the smell finally left my gear. But it didn't leave my head. That first night, in that hole, with the stink and the silence and the bone beneath me, that stayed. There was no ceremony. No moment of silence. The world moved on. The mission continued. Orders were orders. But something in me had shifted. War always carries ugliness, but I hadn't expected to kneel in someone's grave on my first night, thinking it was just dirt and stone, blind to what was really under me. Now, whenever I think of Somalia, I don't think of firefights or patrols. I think of that quiet morning, of people kneeling in the dirt, crying over bones. I think of the feeling in my stomach when I realized I'd spent the night sleeping in the last place someone else had ever known. And I think about how close we always are to the dead, even when we don't know it. I've never told anyone this story before. It's something I've kept locked away for years, mostly because it felt too strange, too frightening, and maybe because I didn't really know how to explain what happened. But now, Thinking about it, maybe it's time to just get it out there, even if it's just words on a screen that no one ever reads. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, my family lived in a house my dad had built himself. It was out in the middle of nowhere in Indiana, far enough from town that the sky looked endless at night, and the quiet wasn't broken by anything except the wind or the occasional distant animal. We called it our homestead, though it was just a small place by most standards. My parents ran a little business from home, and sometimes clients would come out to meet with them. We didn't get many visitors because of how remote we were, but over the years, a few people showed up who gave us the creeps. One of those people was a man I still remember perfectly, even after all these years. The kind of memory that sticks to your skin. He came to the house on a cold, gray day, the kind where the clouds hang heavy and low, pressing down on everything like a wet blanket. His car was black and glossy, with dark tinted windows that made it impossible to see inside. He was dressed completely in black, from his jacket to his hat, which was pulled low over his forehead, and he wore dark sunglasses even though the sun was barely out. He had this way of moving slowly and deliberately, and when he walked toward the house, I felt like the air around me shifted. I don't know how else to describe it, but my skin crawled the instant I saw him. He didn't speak much to me. He barely looked my way, but I watched him closely. He seemed fixated on our black Persian cat, Mercedes. She was this fluffy, regal cat with piercing green eyes, and she was the only pet I'd ever really loved. Mercedes usually acted like she was the queen of the house, walking through rooms with this slow, confident stride like she owned everything, which honestly she probably did. But with this man, she acted strange. She stayed hidden a lot that day, disappearing from her usual spots by the window or the kitchen table. When she did come out, she was tense and quiet, like she was trying to avoid his gaze. The man stayed for a while, talking with my parents in the living room. Their voices sounded low and serious, and I caught snippets that didn't make much sense to me. Something about assessments and conditions, but it was hard to be sure. After he left, everyone at dinner admitted they felt uneasy. My parents exchanged looks that told me they were worried, though they didn't say exactly why. The whole house felt heavier, like a weight had settled over us. That night, Mercedes came down very ill. She was usually so independent that when she sought out my mother to sit on her lap, purring quietly, I knew something was wrong. Over the next few days, her condition got worse. The vet in town couldn't figure out what was wrong. Mercedes was vomiting up thick black gobs of what looked like tar. It was disgusting and terrifying. My parents tried everything they could, but nothing helped. I remember sitting on the floor next to her while she lay in a small basket in the corner, her breath shallow and ragged. In those last moments, she would suddenly snap at something invisible to me, swatting her paws at the air and hissing with a wild fear that made my heart pound. When she finally stopped breathing, the chill that ran through me was so deep I thought it might never leave. After Mercedes died, strange things started happening around the house. Little things at first, but they piled up quickly and felt more and more threatening. It began with footprints in the snow outside. Not the usual kind. These prints would appear out of nowhere and then just stop, as if the person who made them vanished into thin air. They were too big to be from any of us kids and too deep to be from animals. I remember walking outside one morning, squinting at the pale light, and feeling the first real wave of fear creep up my spine when I saw them. Inside the house, noises came at night. At first, it was small stuff, creaks in the floorboards, the odd tapping sound on windows. But it didn't take long before it got worse. The wallpaper, which had been perfectly fine for years, began tearing itself off the walls in ragged strips. I'd find it hanging loose, like invisible hands had clawed at it in the dead of night. The pattern on the paper, a faded floral print, looked like it was slowly peeling away, exposing cold, cracked plaster beneath. My mother started locking doors and windows even when we were inside, mumbling about keeping things out. My mother has always been a sensitive person, the kind who notices things others don't, the kind who believes in energies and vibes. After Mercedes died, she told my dad she was seeing things around the house. Not people exactly, but dark shapes that moved at the edge of her vision. She described them as twisted and shadowy, not like anything normal. She became withdrawn and quiet, often sitting in the living room staring at nothing for long stretches. I'd hear her sometimes whispering prayers or pleading quietly for protection. The energy in the house shifted in a way I couldn't explain, but I could feel it too. For a long time, I'd managed my asthma without attacks. But once the strange happenings began, I started having episodes again out of nowhere. My chest would tighten, my throat would close up, and I'd start gasping for air. The worst night was one when I was so sick I couldn't sleep in my own bed. My mom insisted I sleep on the floor next to her side of the bed in my parents' room. The room was cluttered, boxes of family photos, wrapping paper, old books, shoved under the bed and around the room, waiting to be sorted out someday. The dim light from the hallway made the shadows dance on the walls. I woke up in the middle of the night, my lungs burning, struggling to breathe. I was on the floor, clutching my chest, my vision blurring as panic set in. Suddenly, I heard my mother scream, "Get away from her!" Her voice was filled with terror and urgency. She was moving toward me, but I realized that the boxes that had been stacked around the room were now arranged between where I lay and where she was. It was like an invisible wall had risen, blocking her path. She struggled to get past the clutter, but couldn't. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to squeeze through and handed me my inhaler. I don't remember much after that except the cold relief of the medicine filling my lungs and the sound of her crying softly beside me. I never asked her what she saw that night. She never told me either. But I knew it was more than just fear of me having an attack. The strange things went on for several more months. Doors would slam shut on their own. Lights flickered and dimmed. I'd hear footsteps in rooms I was sure were empty. The air in the house felt thick and hard to breathe, like we were living inside a dark bubble that was pressing in on us. My parents called in a priest to bless the house, and while that seemed to help a little, the tension never fully left. Eventually, the worst of it faded away. The tearing wallpaper stopped. The noises quieted. The footprints in the snow vanished. The air felt lighter, as if whatever had settled and had moved on. We never fully understood what it was, and I don't think anyone in my family ever talked about it openly again. Now, years later, my brother and his family live in that house. I hear they still hear odd sounds sometimes, little things that don't make sense, creaks, whispers, the occasional bump in the night. But nothing like what happened during that long, cold winter when I was a kid. I grew up to be pretty skeptical, a realist. I tell myself it was all in our heads, stress, imagination, a trick of the mind. But deep down, there's a part of me that knows some things aren't meant to be explained. Some things just happen, and all you can do is survive and move on. The black car, the strange man, the sudden death of Mercedes. I don't have any answers for those. But I do know this: that winter changed me. It taught me there are corners of this world where you don't want to look too closely, where bad things don't always have a clear cause or a simple explanation. And sometimes, the hardest thing is just to keep breathing when everything around you feels like it's trying to suffocate you. I started as a lift attendant at Riverview Nursing Home 6 months ago. Most days were quiet, feeding residents, talking through windows when weather pushed us inside, helping with meals, reminding them to take pills. Nothing special. But after a week of those weird incidents, I began to see why so many staff past and present would tell you there's something off about that place. One afternoon toward the end of my first week, I was waiting by the elevator with Mrs. Patel, a sweet woman in her 80s. She'd refused to get on when it came because she said she'd seen a little boy standing in the hallway down the corridor. I asked her if she meant one of our therapy kids from the daycare next door, but she shook her head and said, "No, a little boy dressed funny, staring at me." She said he didn't speak, just watched her. She was shaken. The funny part was, I had a program away for training, so there hadn't been any children in the building that morning. I chalked it up to confusion, dementia. I gently coaxed her onto the next elevator, and she calmed down once inside. But the look in her eyes, she really believed what she saw. That night, after shift change, I rode up with Mr. Harris, who had that halfway stare of early Alzheimer's. He asked me about, of all things, candy for the little boy. He said, "He's hungry. Can we give him candy?" I was taken aback. "Sorry, sir, I can't give him anything." Harris frowned, then looked down. He said he saw the boy at the end of the hall, near the laundry room. I figured Mr. Harris was seeing shadows again. The hall by the laundry was narrow, dim, with old flickering lights. Shadows clung to corners. That place has a weird energy after 9. We all feel it, but no one wants to talk about it. I didn't bring it up with anyone that shift. That weekend I talked to Mom. She's been charge nurse here for 13 years. I hadn't told her about Mr. Harris asking for candy yet. She gave me a curt look, but didn't interrupt when I told her about the incidents. Later, over coffee while charting meds, she said residents often report seeing a little boy, always around the laundry hall end, always quiet, pale, wearing old clothes. Mom said, "He's been here since before I started. I've heard him calling, saying he's bored. Wants someone to play." She shrugged before adding, "He doesn't speak much. Doesn't hurt anyone. But he shows up, almost like he wants attention." She sighed, rubbing tired skin beneath tired eyes. "Some residents see him. Some don't. Usually the ones that are drifting." She studied me. "Take care. Don't stare, don't encourage it." That night, I got sent to help feed Mrs. Green. She'd had a stroke and couldn't use her right hand. When I helped spoon applesauce into her mouth, I felt something cold brush my left arm, like a glove, but heavy with dampness. My elbow jolted. I grabbed for the tray. Mrs. Green looked right at me and said with a shaky voice, "Is that your boyfriend? He looks a little young for you." I froze. She smiled, calm, like she really thought someone was standing there next to me. That's when I felt the pressure, someone leaning on my shoulder, quiet like breath. I walked out into the hallway and froze. There he was again, just a small shape at the end of the hallway, where the lights dim. Faded romper, dark hair. I couldn't make out his face. I walked toward him, every step echoing. His shape retreated further into the laundry room corner. I blinked. He was gone. I scanned the walls. No coats, no shadows, just the laundry door. That night, Mrs. Green slipped away in her sleep. I went home, and the day afterward I didn't come in. I told Mom I was leaving town. I saw her at the door. She looked drained. We didn't speak until she whispered, "He's here." I stared at her. She pointed. I turned in there, right by the wall. I thought I saw a shape, small, hunched. But we were outside. The sun was bright. I rubbed my eyes. She spoke in a low tone. "He follows us home sometimes. The people that see him, he's close." I gulped. She gazed at me like a patient telling a story no one believed. I don't know why, but I know he's close to dying men and women. He touches them. I thought she meant it angered him, or that he was malicious. But she never said that. She only said he follows the fading, and he touches them. That morning, I told her I'd quit. She only nodded. She didn't argue. 2 days later, I brought my things back to hand in my uniform. I got stuck in the laundry corridor, backing into a corner to shy away from the unseen corridor at 3 a.m. The lights flickered. I steadied my breath. My pulse pounded. My eyes tracked the air. Then I saw him, clear now. First time I saw his pale face. He wore old clothes. His shoes were too big, floppy. His dark hair brushed his eyebrows. He stood still, arms at sides, silent. I felt his eyes once against me. I shut my eyes. I felt cold pressure at my shoulder. I heard a faint rustling, like cloth brushing cloth. I swallowed. I blinked, and he stood mere inches away. He stared past me, mouth parted like he'd just run out of breath. Then he tilted his head. He exhaled softly. I weighed my heart beating like a hammer. I looked at his feet. He had scars across his legs, dark purple scars, like he'd been crushed or cut. Then he reached up and touched me, like he was testing it. My skin goose-pimpled. My throat locked. I swallowed hard. Then he spoke, not with words, but in my head, "Let go." I couldn't breathe. My legs felt gone. My hands shook. The heat came up from inside me. My throat tightened. I felt like my body wanted to fall, to dissolve. My vision tunneled. I saw Mrs. Green's face, cold in her bed. I saw other residents, some quiet, some smiling, all fading. He wanted me to let go, to accept death, to step aside, to drift. I resisted. I took a shaky breath and pulled away, staggering, profane words escaping. He didn't fight me. He tilted his head at me again, silent, then faded backward against the yellowed wall where the laundry room pipes ran. His form blurred, then collapsed downward onto the floor. The corner flickered. The laundry door rattled. Then it was gone. I ran. I didn't look back. I nearly sprinted through the hall as lights popped along the ceiling, a thunder in my ears. I stumbled through the lobby, grabbed my uniform from lockers, sprinted to my car. I slammed the door. I drove off. I didn't turn around. It's been a week. I haven't slept more than 2 hours a night. I feel him watching. I wake with pressure on my arm. I dream of cold fingers touching my hand when I reach across the bed. I see the corner of the corridor in my dreams, the yellowed walls, the laundry door, and the boy's shape at the far end. I know what he is. Not a ghost. That was the first thing I thought. But he's not in a world of spirits, fairies, flame-eyed apparitions. He's something else. Too real. Too solid. He stayed. He follows me. In my head, I imagine he watches. He waits. He's drawn to the ones at the edge, the drifting, the losing. He touches them. He wants them to let go. I drove back today. I stood by the corner. The laundry lights flickered. The air hung cold, dead. I waited and nothing came. But I felt it waiting behind me. A breath. A cold. A pull on my sleeve. I didn't stay. I walked back to my car. It followed me down the road, across the railway track. I could feel his steps on the gravel shoulder, soft, dragging shoes. He knew I saw. He waited. I don't know what he is. I only know what he wants. And now I wonder, will he come for me? Will he wait on my bed tonight? Will he put his hand on my shoulder? Whisper, let go. Make it easier? I haven't slept. I don't want to. If I sleep now, maybe I join them sooner. Maybe I'll feel the pressure settle on me and go quiet. Maybe I'll drift too far. So I typed this at 2 a.m., my eyes burning, waiting for morning, waiting to know if I still want it. But I haven't let go. Not yet. Not now. I remember that day in 2009 as if it happened yesterday. I was home from college on a break, visiting my parents' new house, a big 4-bedroom place they'd moved into just a year after I'd left. Compared to their old, cozy 3-bedroom home, this one felt cavernous. 2 full bathrooms and a half bath downstairs, a 2-car garage, spacious living areas. I'd stayed there a few times, but it never felt quite right. Today, though, I experienced a level of creepiness I'd never felt before, and I haven't forgotten it. It was early afternoon, around 1 p.m. The sun was bright, streaming through the tall windows in the living room and lighting up the hardwood floors. I'd fallen asleep on the couch after lunch, thoroughly exhausted from binge studying and late nights at the library. The TV was on, but I barely registered the volume. I drifted into a light doze, the hum of daytime talk shows blending with a soft breeze from an open window. Then I woke up to a faint rattling. My eyes snapped open, blurry at first, then focused. I froze. It was quiet enough that the TV didn't cover it. My heart thudded. There it was again, a doorknob jiggling. Not upstairs near the door to the garage, but solidly on the upper floor. It sounded like someone, or something, was inside a room, trying to get out. The type of doorknob that you push inward and twist to lock. My dad hated those knobs. Before he got used to them, he'd locked himself in bathrooms and bedrooms by accident more than once. We always joked about how easily he'd lock himself in and forget how to get out. Naturally, I thought he must have come home early. Maybe he decided to surprise Mom or needed something. I lifted myself off the couch, careful not to rustle the throw pillows, and pressed mute on the TV remote. I glanced at my watch. 1:12 p.m. I didn't hesitate. I started up the stairs, thinking I'd interrupt his surprise door lock predicament with a laugh, maybe even tease him just a little. Cautiously, I climbed the steps, the carpet muffling my footsteps. Each stair felt louder than the one before, and my heart pounded in my chest, curiosity mixed with a strange tension. At the top of the stairs, I paused, listening. The rattling doorknob had stopped. I blinked and tiptoed down the hallway. There were 4 doors: my old bedroom, my younger sister's room, the guest room, and my parents' bathroom. Everything looked normal. I put my hand on my dad's bathroom door, turned the knob. It was unlocked. That threw me off. I pushed the door open. No one was inside. The space was empty, just the usual arrangement. Towels neatly folded on the rack, bath mat flat on the floor, the sunken tub with its shiny porcelain finish. The window blinds were half open, light streaming in, no signs of anyone being in there. My heart skipped again. Next, I cracked open each door. My old bedroom, empty, guest room, no one, my sister's room, same. Everything in place, books on the dresser, toys on the floor, clothes folded in the drawers. I even stuck my head into my parents' bedroom. Just the bed, the curtains still drawn halfway, clothes hanging in the closet, slippers by the bedside. No dad, no mom. The whole house felt too quiet, yet I could still picture that jiggling knob and hear it echo in my ears. I shrugged it off as a dream or a reflex of waking up too suddenly. Maybe I just imagined it, had fallen asleep thinking about my dad locking himself in. I went back downstairs, sat on the couch and flipped on the TV again. The volume came back to life, and I leaned into the corner of the couch. I must have fallen asleep again, but this time I was more alert. Sunlight warmed the room. That familiar midday haze. No breeze, no movement, just the muted atmosphere of suburban silence. A few minutes later, maybe another nap, maybe more TV, I can't remember. Then it happened again. That doorknob began to move, only this time much more violently. It rattled and shook noticeably. I sat bolt upright, blood rushing in my ears as if the sound hit me physically. The TV buzzed noise around the edges of my awareness, but couldn't drown it. Whatever was upstairs was rattling the door hard, like someone desperately trying to escape, to get out. My mind raced. It had to be my dad, right? But what if it wasn't? My stomach twisted and turned. Adrenaline flooded my veins. I grabbed my phone and dialed my dad's number, my hands shaking. As the call connected, I heard the knob freeze. Dead silence filled the house, louder than anything. Dad answered on the second ring. I completely ignored greeting him. "Are you home?" I croaked. He sounded tired, like he'd just woken up or was sitting at his desk. "No, man, I'm at work." My chest dropped. "Mom." He laughed, confused. "No, she came in and I came in a couple hours ago. No one's home." My heart pounded in my ears. I turned the TV off to eliminate all noise, let my senses expand. I figured maybe the knob was broken, or a breeze or vibration was fooling me. But the door was upstairs on the second floor. No draft should be strong enough to jiggle that knob with such force. I sat frozen for a moment, trying to decide what to do. I thought to get up, run upstairs, maybe rip the door open and confront whatever was inside. But the pit in my stomach told me to do the opposite, to run, to get the hell out of there. I stayed still, disbelieving, not wanting to move, not wanting to do anything that might trigger the rattling again. Time felt warped, seconds and minutes melted together. I thought about calling my mom. No wandering noises from upstairs. Just an eerie silence. After what felt like an hour, but was likely just 10 minutes, I heard a car pull into the driveway outside. Relief washed over me, then panic. My mom. Dad. Someone. I leapt up and ran to the front window. It was my dad pulling in, uniformed, wiping his forehead. I nearly ran out the front door to meet him but paused, thinking I need to tell him. No way could he understand, right? He walked in. I acted casual. "Hey," I said, voice unsteady. "You just got home." He carried in his things, set them by the door. "Yeah, just in." He frowned. "You okay? You look weird." I shrugged it off, and we talked a little, but deep down I wasn't okay. That night, I couldn't shake it. I didn't want to sleep in the house. I stayed up until they both left for work the next morning. Then I packed my things and drove back to campus. I didn't want to be there another moment. I never heard the knob again. My parents never heard it. When I asked weeks later, they thought I must have had a bad dream. I tried to convince myself that was it. I told no one else. Friends would tease me about being spooked at 1 in the afternoon. But in the back of my mind, I knew exactly what I'd heard. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't imagining it. The sun was shining, the house was still, and yet something came up those stairs and rattled the knob. Not once, but twice. I left that day, never looked back. The house doesn't feel creepy anymore, not to my parents. But to me, it still holds that sinister memory of something unknown, pushing at a locked knob. And I'll never be able to explain it. That summer, I was about 13, maybe 14. I remember it well because it was one of those vacations where I thought I had all the freedom in the world. My grandparents had moved into a new house that year, or at least new to them. It was old, like most of the places they seemed to end up in. Every house they lived in had this weird vibe, not the kind that made you jump at shadows or hear phantom voices, but subtle, strange things that made you stop and think. Not scary in an obvious way, but the kind that lingers in the back of your mind. That summer, I stayed up late most nights, like I usually did when I was on vacation. I'd sit in my room at the end of the hallway, my little sanctuary from the rest of the house, playing video games, snacking on junk food, totally lost in whatever world was on the screen. My room was at the very end of a narrow, quiet hallway. On the opposite side, across from me, were my grandparents' bedroom doors. My grandpa, who was a light sleeper, would get up several times a night, usually for Tums or water. Over time, I got used to the sound his footsteps made on the carpet. That soft, muffled thump, the slow, steady rhythm, that made its way from his bedroom door to the kitchen cupboard and back again. I knew that sound well enough to sleep through it, or at least pretend I was. But then, late at night, sometimes past 1 or 2 in the morning, I'd hear footsteps that didn't quite match that pattern. It was subtle at first. The footsteps would come down the hall, slow and deliberate, exactly like my grandpa's, but when I cracked my door open to see him, the hallway was always empty. No light, no movement, just the dark, silent hall. I would stand there, half expecting to see him turn the corner, or hear the creak of his slippers on the floorboards, but there was nothing. After a minute or so, the footsteps would fade away, as if whoever was there just disappeared. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I figured maybe I was half asleep and hearing things. Or maybe my grandpa was already back in bed before I got a good look. So I just tried to ignore it. Over the days that followed, it became a strange routine. I'd hear the footsteps. I'd open the door and see nothing. The footsteps would move to the other side of the hall near the cupboard, and when I opened the door again, still nothing. It was like the sound was real, but the source was nowhere to be found. Some nights, I would be lying in bed, half watching TV, when the footsteps would come. It didn't matter what game I was playing or what channel was on. The sound of feet on carpet had become a part of the background noise of the house. But one night, things took a turn. I was laying in bed, the TV glowing softly in the dim room, when I heard the footsteps again. They came down the hall, slow and steady, like usual. This time, though, instead of continuing past my door, the footsteps stopped right outside my room. I felt my stomach twist a little. I wasn't scared exactly, but I was alert. I listened hard. Then came the sound I never expected. The doorknob started rattling. It wasn't a slow turn or a quiet jiggle. It was a rapid, clacking noise, like someone was turning the knob back and forth over and over, but never pushing the door open. The sound was loud enough to make me jump, heart pounding hard against my ribs. My hand shot out, grabbing the edge of the bed frame as I pushed myself up. My skin prickled, a cold sweat breaking across my back. I threw the covers off and sprinted to the door, flinging it open as fast as I could. The hallway was empty. No one, no shadow, nothing but silence and darkness. My eyes darted up and down the hall, trying to find something, anything, that could explain the sound. But there was nothing. The carpet was just as it had always been, the shadows unmoving. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and decided to check my grandparents' room. Maybe it was my grandpa playing a joke on me. I eased the door open and was immediately met with the sound of his snoring, steady and deep. The warm light from the hallway lamp spilled into the room, showing his familiar shape lying in bed, eyes closed. I closed the door slowly, feeling a strange mix of relief and confusion. I went back to my room and lay down, but my mind wouldn't settle. Who was at my door? Why the rapid rattling? The footsteps made sense. I could almost rationalize them away. But the knob? That was something different. Over the next few nights, I stayed awake longer, trying to catch whatever was making the noise. But it never came back. The footsteps continued, but they moved on down the hall as if nothing had changed. The knob didn't move again. I never told anyone what I heard. My grandparents were light sleepers, and I didn't want to worry them. My parents just thought I was being a typical teenager, imagining things in the quiet of the night. I didn't blame them. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, too. But as the summer went on, I noticed other little things. The kitchen light sometimes flickered late at night when no one was in the room. Doors I was sure I closed were sometimes left cracked open. Small things, the kind you might forget about in the daylight. The house had quirks, sure, but nothing that explained what I heard at the door. I started paying attention to the pattern of the footsteps again. It always followed a predictable route, my grandpa's bedroom, down the hall to the cupboard back. Except for that one night. That night, the footsteps stopped outside my door, and the doorknob rattled. It was as if someone was trying to get in but couldn't. I thought about the house itself. It was old, wooden floors beneath the carpets, walls thin enough to hear a pin drop. The kind of house that creaks when the wind moves or the temperature drops. I figured maybe the wind had gotten into the doorframe and rattled the knob. But the footsteps? That didn't fit. I started noticing the floorboards too. Some creaked more than others. I realized that some of the footsteps could have been the house settling, or the boards expanding and contracting. Maybe that explained the quiet shuffle I sometimes heard. But the doorknob sound was different. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It didn't sound like the wind or a loose hinge. It sounded like someone or something was trying to get in. I even checked the locks, the door frame, the knob itself. Everything was fine. No loose screws, no signs of forced entry. After a while, I stopped worrying about it so much. I started thinking maybe it was my grandpa playing a late-night prank, turning the knob rapidly when no one was looking. But he denied it every time I asked. That summer went on, and eventually the strange noises faded. My grandparents moved again the following year, into a different house, and the footsteps didn't follow me there. Looking back now, I think it was just the old house being old. Houses that have been lived in for decades tend to make noises, sometimes strange ones. The carpet muffled footsteps, but the wood and metal parts of the house made other sounds that could trick the mind. Still, sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night in a quiet room, I swear I hear that soft thump of footsteps on carpet. I imagine someone walking slowly down a hall, maybe coming to check on me. But I know now there was never anything more than an old house, its creaks and groans echoing in the dark, and maybe a grandpa who enjoyed a late-night trip for Tums a little too much. That summer taught me that sometimes the scariest sounds aren't monsters or ghosts, but the quiet mysteries of a house that's lived longer than the people inside it. I grew up in a house on Long Island, in the town of Brentwood. Brentwood was one of those places where you wouldn't expect much to happen. A quiet town with neat streets and houses spaced out enough to give a little privacy, but close enough that neighbors knew each other's names. My family had just moved there, so everything felt new and a little strange. The house itself was an older one, with a big yard that had space for a pool, though it wasn't finished when we first moved in. It was a nice neighborhood, the kind where you leave your doors unlocked most of the time, and kids play outside without much worry. My dad worked as a taxi driver back then. His shifts were weird hours, mostly overnight, which meant he was usually coming home early in the morning, when the rest of the world was still half asleep. I was a kid, so I stayed up late on Saturdays, watching cartoons or playing video games. My mom worked days, so she was gone before I even woke up, most of the time. One Saturday morning, I was glued to the TV, watching some old cartoon show that had been playing since forever, the kind of show you didn't pay much attention to but liked to have on in the background. It was early, probably around 6 a.m. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a soft glow through the curtains. The house was quiet except for the low hum of the TV. Then the front door opened, and my dad came in, tired but smiling the way he always did when he'd been driving all night. I ran up to him, excited to see him after his shift. I wanted to hear his stories about the crazy people he picked up, the weird places he had to go, and the late-night chaos of the city streets. Just as I was about to say something, I heard a voice call from the bedroom. It was soft but clear, a little urgent. "Hello, honey, don't go in the pool, it's not ready yet." The voice was unmistakably my mom's. I froze for a moment and looked at my dad. He gave me a quick, confused glance, but we both thought it was weird and brushed it off. It was 6 a.m. after all. Why would my mom be warning me about the pool at this time? Neither of us had any plans to go near it. After a few minutes, my dad settled down and started telling me one of his usual stories from work, full of strange characters and late-night drama. But then, as the morning wore on, we both remembered my mom wasn't home. She had left early for work that day and wouldn't be back until the afternoon. It was just me and my dad in the house. The voice had sounded exactly like her, but there was no way it could have been. I didn't say anything about it to my dad. We just moved on, but that moment stuck with me. It was strange enough that even as a kid, I knew something wasn't right. Weeks passed, and life went on, though I couldn't shake the feeling of that morning. We were still settling into the neighborhood when one afternoon the neighbors came over to welcome us. It was a sunny day, the kind that felt like summer was really on its way. 2 mothers, 2 sons, and 2 little girls showed up at our doorstep. The mothers introduced themselves politely, and their kids stood quietly nearby. One of the boys was about my age, and the other was a bit older, probably in 10th grade. The 2 girls were very different from each other. One was a lively blonde with a bright smile, and the other was a shy brunette who barely said a word. We all ended up playing soccer in the yard. The boys kicked the ball around, laughing and yelling, and the blonde girl joined in, running and having fun. But the brunette girl stayed close to the edge of the woods that bordered the backyard. The woods were dense and dark, filled with tall trees and thick brush. My parents had warned me about going in there alone. It was easy to get lost, and there were wild animals sometimes. Still, the little brunette wandered closer and closer to the trees. Curiosity got the better of me. I followed her, calling out to ask if she wanted to play tag. She smiled softly and nodded, then motioned for me to come closer. I wanted to get everyone else to join us, though, so I told her I'd go back and bring the others. When I turned around, I asked the moms if they wanted to come along and told the boys to join us too. That's when the mood shifted. The mothers exchanged strange looks, and one of them said quietly, "We only have one daughter." The blonde girl was their only daughter. The brunette was nowhere to be found by them. Something felt off. My heart started to race as the pieces slowly came together. It wasn't just me who noticed the strange things anymore. The woods, the pool, the warning from my mom that morning. The secrets of the house and the neighborhood were deeper than I ever expected. Later, I found out the truth. 10 years ago, a little brown-haired girl had drowned in that pool. The same pool that wasn't ready when my mom warned me not to go near it. The girl's mother had passed away from a heart attack not long after. That's why the brunette girl was never really part of the family. They weren't supposed to be there. The following years were the hardest of my life. Things happened that no one could explain. Doors would slam when no one was near them. Lights flickered on and off. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was alone. The air would turn cold suddenly, and I'd feel like I was being watched, even when the house was empty. People in the neighborhood whispered stories. Some said the house was cursed. Others thought it was just old and settling. But I knew better. I could feel it. There was something about that place that wasn't right, and it didn't stop. My dad quit driving cabs a year after we moved in. He said the city nights were getting worse, but I think it was more than that. He wanted to protect me from the things we didn't understand. My mom tried to keep things normal, but even she seemed more tired and distant than before. Looking back, those years taught me to trust my instincts, even when no one else believes you. The house in Brentwood wasn't just a home. It was a place full of secrets, warnings, and memories that refused to fade. And even now, years later, I sometimes wonder if the voice I heard that morning was a warning, a way to protect me from something I wasn't ready to face. There's a weight that stays with you when you grow up somewhere like that. The kind of weight that makes you look over your shoulder just a little more often. But it also taught me about resilience, about facing the unknown without turning away. That house shaped me, and even though we moved out years ago, part of me is still there, somewhere between the quiet streets of Brentwood and the edge of those woods where the shadows seem to move just out of sight. It's a story I carry with me, a story that I could tell for hours if anyone ever wanted to hear the full truth. About 10 years ago, when I was 19, I was really close friends with a girl who shared my fascination with the paranormal. We spent a lot of time together talking about strange stories, unexplained events, and odd experiences. She was just as curious as I was, maybe even more so, always chasing after something beyond the ordinary. One day, she bought this Ouija-type board called the Psychic Circle. It was a strange little kit with words, photos, and symbols printed all over the board, and it came with a book that explained how to interpret whatever messages you might get. It looked like it was made to be a little different from a typical Ouija board, maybe a little more modern or commercial, but still designed to try and communicate with something unseen. We tried using the Psychic Circle a few times, mostly at her house or mine, but nothing ever really happened. No weird movements, no strange messages, just quiet evenings of awkward silence and people pretending to be spooky. We weren't really discouraged, just more curious than ever. It felt like maybe we were missing some secret trick, or maybe the timing had to be just right. One night, she decided to take the board over to her aunt's house. Her aunt was someone who had her own strange experiences, and we thought maybe she could help us unlock the board's power. When my friend got there, she said the night turned out to be intense, much more than anything we had experienced. Her aunt asked her to leave the board there for a few days, saying she wanted to try it herself and see if it responded differently when no one was around. So my friend left it behind, and we planned to visit her aunt's house together that coming weekend. The Friday night we drove over to her aunt's place. I remember feeling something was off the moment I got in the car. It wasn't fear exactly. I had encountered strange stuff before and didn't freak out easily. It was more like a deep, nagging feeling of wrongness, like my skin was crawling under a heavy, invisible weight. I tried to shake it off and focus on the road and the conversation, but it was persistent. When we arrived, the feeling only got stronger. The house itself was an old place on a quiet street, with peeling paint and a yard full of overgrown grass and weeds. It had this kind of smell that reminded me of damp wood and old dust mixed with something faintly metallic. Not unpleasant, but definitely aged. I stepped inside and was met with a cold wave of tension, not from the house itself, but from the people inside. My friend's aunt barely glanced at me, and from the way she looked, I could tell she didn't like me. It was subtle, but unmistakable. She held this look like she was waiting for me to mess something up or prove her suspicions right. I told myself it was probably just my nerves. Maybe I was reading too much into it. Still, every step I took felt heavier, like the floor was pushing back under my feet. I tried to be friendly and smile, but I could feel the watchful eyes on me, sharp and judging. Her aunt took the board out of the box and placed it on the table. The moment I saw it, my stomach twisted. The psychic circle board had looked bright and new when my friend first got it. All the colors vivid, the photos clear. But now, it was faded and weathered, like it had been left in the sun for years. The edges were worn, the paper cracked, and the once bright colors were now dull, like watercolors that had been left out in the rain. I asked my friend what had happened to the board, and she said her aunt told her it had been sweating. I didn't understand what that meant at the time, but looking at it made my skin crawl. The aunt laid the board flat on the table and then, without saying much, looked directly at me. The air thickened around us. My hands suddenly felt clammy and shaky. I wasn't someone who usually got nervous easily, but this time, my palms were slick with sweat. I tried to steady myself and carefully place my hands on the board. Almost immediately, her aunt snapped. No, her voice was low and firm, and I felt a cold rush run through my body. I pulled my hands back, confused. The aunt didn't say much, but her eyes were sharp. She said, "They don't like you. They don't want to answer your questions." I can just tell. That statement hung in the air like a heavy fog. I wanted to laugh it off, to say it was nonsense, but my body wouldn't cooperate. The dread that had been simmering all evening boiled over. I felt a presence that wasn't friendly, not in the ghostly, theatrical way you see in movies, but in a way that felt like something deeply wrong, something that simply didn't want me there. The night went downhill after that. We barely spoke. The aunt was cold and distant, barely making eye contact. My friend looked upset and confused, not used to seeing her aunt behave like that. I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. We left the house shortly after, the silence between us thick with unspoken thoughts. On the way home, my friend told me how strange the whole thing was. Her aunt was usually warm and welcoming, but that night, she had been almost hostile. Not just to me, but to the whole idea of the board. The way she spoke about it afterward made it clear something about the board or the experience had shaken her deeply. Her aunt refused to give the board back, and no matter what we said, she held on to it tightly. I ended up buying my own psychic circle board afterward, hoping maybe I could have a different experience. Something good, something fun. But nothing came of it. No strange messages, no signs, no contact with anything at all. I tried a few times alone, with other friends, even late at night with the lights off, but it was all silence. Eventually, I took it as a sign. Whatever the board was, or whoever it was meant to connect with, it wasn't for me. I gave it away to some other friends who were interested, figuring maybe it would work for them, but I never asked what happened. Looking back now, I'm not sure if it was some kind of psychological thing, the tension in that house, or just bad luck. But that night at her aunt's house remains one of the few times I felt pure, undeniable fear. Not the kind you get from a scary movie or a weird story, but the kind that roots itself deep in your gut and makes your body scream to run away. I never tried the psychic circle board again. I don't know what the aunt saw or felt when she said they don't like you, but I haven't forgotten it. That night made me realize some things aren't just games or puzzles to solve. Some things are better left alone, especially when your instincts scream at you not to touch them. That night still haunts me, even months later. I keep replaying it in my mind, every little sound, every second that dragged on like forever. I'm still not sure how I managed to keep myself together, or maybe I didn't, but I do know what I felt, pure cold fear, the kind that tightens your chest so much you can hardly breathe, the kind that makes your skin crawl and your mind race with every worst-case scenario. I live in a big old house, the kind with creaky floors and thick walls that hold years of noise and memories. It's not a typical family home. I share it with 5 Navy guys. They're all tough, loud, and a little wild, but it's what I wanted. It's a safe spot, or at least I thought it was. My room isn't even in the house. It's out in the detached garage, which at first seemed cool, some privacy away from the hustle and bustle. But that night, it felt like the worst place I could be. The garage is old, the kind of place where every little sound echoes. The floor is cold concrete, and the walls are thin wood. There's a small window near my bed, but it's covered with blinds. The door is at the end of the room, about 3 feet from the foot of my bed. Usually, the only sounds I hear are the faint hum of the fridge inside the house or the occasional car passing down the quiet street. But that night was different. I was sleeping deeply, or at least I thought I was. I was curled up under my blanket, my lab sleeping peacefully at my feet. The house was silent, the kind of silence that feels heavy. Then suddenly, a loud rattling noise cut through the quiet. It was sharp and harsh, like something banging or shaking violently. At first, I thought it was a dream. My mind was foggy, still halfway lost between sleep and wakefulness. But the noise kept going, relentless. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking against the darkness. My room was dim, but I could see the door shaking, the doorknob rattling hard, like someone was trying to force it open. The sound wasn't a polite knock. It was desperate and urgent. The doorframe shook with every hit. My heart jumped into my throat, pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The noise pierced the quiet, dragging me fully awake. My dog, who normally sleeps through everything, was up and staring at the door. His ears were perked, body tense, eyes wide and alert. I knew this wasn't a dream anymore. I was really awake, and whatever was out there was trying to get in. I had always been a little careless about locking my door. The neighborhood is quiet, and I had gotten used to leaving it unlocked or just latched. But about a week earlier, I'd started using the deadbolt more often after reading some stories online about break-ins. I was so thankful I'd done that now because I could see the deadbolt wasn't budging. Still, the rattling continued, growing more frantic. I was terrified. I wanted to scream or run, but I was frozen. I imagined the worst, someone breaking in, someone coming to hurt me. My mind raced with every terrifying thought I could conjure. I gripped the flashlight on my nightstand tightly, but it wasn't much comfort. It was just a metal tube, nothing to fight with. I curled up into a ball, pulled the blanket over my head, and waited, heart hammering in my chest. The noise went on, shaking the door like it might give way at any moment. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like minutes, and every second the rattling continued felt like it was inching closer to disaster. My breathing became shallow, each inhale sharp and quick. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing it was a nightmare I could wake up from. My dog whimpered softly beside me, but didn't move. Then suddenly the banging stopped. Silence crashed into the room like a wave. I stayed still, not daring to move or breathe too loud. Slowly, I peeked out from under the blanket. The door was still, no longer shaking. The motion sensor light outside my window went off. I waited a few more moments, then cautiously crawled into the closet. My closet is a little strange. It has a window high up and a bench inside it. I climbed onto the bench and looked out the window, but I couldn't see anything. The yard was dark, quiet again. I scrambled back to bed, still shaking. I checked my watch. It was 2:30 in the morning. I thought about the guys. They usually get home late, especially on weekends when they've been out downtown drinking or hanging out. Maybe someone was drunk and stupid, trying to mess with me or just being reckless. I tried to calm myself with that thought, even if it barely helped. I texted the guys quietly, trying to sound casual and not like I was losing my mind. I asked if anyone was awake or had guests over. Then I waited. The silence stretched out. And then footsteps. The back door of the main house swung open. I heard whistling and banging noises, then the sound of my roommates rushing around outside, their voices low but urgent. They grabbed baseball bats and started patrolling the yard. I opened the door, grabbed my dog, and ran inside with them. For the rest of the night, we stayed up, checking the doors, watching the windows, listening for any sound outside. The guys were tense but focused, trying to make sure we were safe. They found some cigarette packs and a fast food bag lying in the backyard, but no sign of the person who had been trying to get in. Later, I realized whoever it was must have seen the 6 cars in the driveway and assumed someone was inside. Maybe they thought the garage room would be empty or easier to break into. The whole thing made me realize how vulnerable I was sleeping alone out there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The adrenaline kept me awake, my mind on edge. When dawn finally came, the sun felt like a shield, a barrier against the dark and the fear. It took me weeks to start sleeping in that room again, and even now, the memory of that night makes my skin crawl. I still check my locks every night, hold my flashlight close, and listen carefully for every noise. The house feels different now, like it's holding on to something it didn't before. But I'm here, still standing, still breathing. I don't know who it was or why they came, but I know one thing for sure. I won't take my safety for granted again. It started out like any other night near the end of my freshman year in college, but it turned into something that's haunted me ever since. A night I can't fully explain, and probably never will. Looking back, I can still feel that weight in my chest, like something pressed against me, suffocating and cold. It's strange because nothing about that dorm had ever felt unusual before, not in a way that would prepare me for what happened. Our dorm hall was a typical college setup, but the kind that never quite felt cozy. It was long and narrow, with 4 rooms lining each side, each room usually housing 2 people. At the end of the hall, there was a massive steel door with a small, square window. Across from that door, directly facing it, was the communal bathroom. The whole space had the vibe of a prison block, cold metal, echoing footsteps and faint conversations bouncing off the walls. We'd joke about it sometimes, but mostly it just felt like home by the end of the year. That semester, everything seemed normal enough. I had a great roommate who was loud and funny, someone who made the awkward transition to college life easier. But as finals crept closer, I noticed a shift in the air, something unspoken and heavy hanging around the hall. Everyone was tense, but it was more than just stress. Even walking into the dorm after a long day felt off, like the air had weight I couldn't shake. We told ourselves it was just finals, exhaustion messing with our heads. The bathroom was the center of it all. That same bathroom I dreaded going to on that last night. It was small but awkwardly laid out. As you entered, there were 2 sets of sinks on either side, 2 sinks each, with mirrors stretching along the walls. These mirrors faced each other so perfectly that if you stood between them, you'd see an endless loop of your reflection stretching into infinity, a tunnel of faces fading off into the distance. Beyond the sinks were the urinals and a single toilet stall on the left, and 2 showers on the right. The showers were separated by a narrow stall with a heavy metal door, one that clicked shut firmly and made the space feel more enclosed than it should have. The bathroom door itself was the same heavy steel design as the hall's entrance, complete with that tiny window that barely let in light or sight. For convenience, the door was usually propped open with a large wooden wedge. It was heavy, but you could move it if you really tried. That night, I was completely alone in the bathroom. I just finished a study session that drained me, and I needed to shower before crashing so I could get up early for my morning class. I tossed my clothes on the right side sink, out of the way but close enough to reach around the shower stall to grab them. I stood there for a moment, mind foggy from a cocktail of caffeine, Adderall, and a Red Bull I'd slammed down earlier to stay awake. As I looked up at the mirror, I caught movement. Something shimmered in the farthest shower stall. At first, it was faint, almost like a trick of the light. But it started to move, shifting closer with a strange, jerky motion, as if it was skipping layers of the mirror's reflection, jumping from the farthest image to the next, then the next, getting nearer and nearer. My heart began to race, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was my tired brain messing with me, or the mixture of all those stimulants. Then the movement sped up, and the shape became clearer. It wasn't a human figure exactly, but a dark mass that seemed covered in something like hair, though I couldn't be sure. My blood ran cold. I was frozen, unable to look away or move, my eyes locked on the reflection. Closer now, I caught a better glimpse. The figure wasn't covered in hair. It had what looked like a long, flowing veil. The veil was strange. It moved fluidly, almost like water, and was partially transparent. From the waist down, the figure was a solid pitch-black shadow. Its face was the worst part. It looked human, but there was something completely alien about it. The eyes glowed black, but not like any light I'd ever seen. They seemed to suck in whatever light was there, glowing with a hollow, cold energy. I only saw it for a moment, maybe a second or 2 at most. But that image is seared into my brain, impossible to forget. Then suddenly, the lights flickered and cut out. The bathroom was plunged into absolute darkness. I heard the heavy door slam shut behind me, and the metallic clang echoed like a gunshot in the silence. Panic exploded inside me. I fumbled for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. And then the smell hit me, strong and terrible, the sharp, unmistakable scent of blood. It was so intense it made my head spin. I remember gagging, trying to pull myself together, but everything was swirling and spinning. After that, everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My RA told me that he had gone to use the bathroom later that night and found me slumped in the shower stall. My shirt was soaked in blood. I'd had a massive nosebleed. He said I was muttering something about "it saw me," over and over, eyes wide and wild with terror. He called an ambulance, and they sedated me because I was panicking too much to be safely transported. The doctors thought I'd had a seizure. They ran scans, did tests, but found nothing to support that diagnosis. No signs of epilepsy, no brain abnormalities, no physical cause for a seizure. They said it could have been a one-time event, maybe triggered by stress or exhaustion, but it made no sense. My family has no history of seizures, and I'd taken Adderall plenty of times before with no side effects like this. The oddest part, there had been no other reports of strange happenings in that dorm. Before the night I was in the bathroom, nothing unusual, and since then nothing. It was like it was just me and that night. Since then, I've been careful around mirrors. I can't look at myself for long. It feels like the air thickens, the walls close in, and that dark figure is just behind my reflection waiting. Even being in a room with mirrors for an extended time breaks me down emotionally. I've tried therapy for years now. I've talked to religious leaders, counselors, doctors, all with their own answers, none fitting. None recognized what I described as anything they could name or explain. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I still feel it. That presence, just beyond the glass, waiting. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was real, or if it was a hallucination brought on by exhaustion or some neurological event. But what I do know is that the memory is real. The fear, the paralysis, the smell of blood, and those eyes, glowing black in the mirror, will stay with me forever. When I was a kid, the thing I hated the most was taking my clothes downstairs to the basement to put them in a big pile next to the laundry machine for my mom to wash. The basement was split into two parts. One side was finished and kind of cozy, but the side with the laundry machine was completely unfinished. It had bare concrete walls, exposed pipes and wires, and no real lighting except for a single bare bulb that flickered sometimes. The air down there was always cold and damp, with a strange smell I could never quite place, like old mildew mixed with something metallic. That part of the basement freaked me out more than anything else in the whole house. Every time I had to go down there, my heart would race, and I'd get this tight feeling in my chest. But it wasn't just the basement itself. It was what I felt when I was down there, like something was watching me, waiting. I had nightmares about that basement for years, nightmares so vivid that even after waking up, I felt the fear lingering like a shadow on my skin. The weirdest thing about those nightmares was how I could sometimes realize I was dreaming while I was still inside the dream, but I couldn't wake up or get away from whatever was chasing me. One of the nightmares I remember most clearly started when I was alone in the house. In the dream, I was wandering around, and I suddenly became aware that it was almost the time. I never knew exactly what time it was supposed to be. I could never see a clock or hear anything that told me the hour, but I could feel it deep inside, like a cold weight settling into my bones. The time was when bad things happened. I couldn't explain it, but it was like a signal, something dangerous was about to come. In that dream, when I felt the time coming, I'd always rush to get under the kitchen table. The basement door was right there in the kitchen, a plain wooden door with peeling paint that creaked whenever it moved. I'd pull myself under the table, curl up tight, and try to stay as quiet as possible. Then, after a while, the basement door would slowly open. I'd see legs, long legs of a man standing in the doorway. The legs would stop just at the edge of the kitchen floor, blocking the basement entrance like a barrier. I never saw the man's face. He was always just a shadow above the legs, like his upper body was lost in the darkness behind the door. I knew I was supposed to be afraid of him. I knew if he caught me out in the open, he would hurt me in terrible ways. But the worst part was that I also knew he could see me under the table. He didn't have to find me. He already knew where I was. It was like he was enjoying watching me hide, enjoying how scared I was, knowing I was trying so hard not to be seen. I'd stay under the table, shaking, trying not to breathe too loud, waiting for him to leave so I could finally get up. Sometimes, instead of the legs at the basement door, the nightmare would be me walking down the basement stairs. The stairs were old wood, creaky and uneven, and they led from the kitchen down to the laundry area. In the dream, I'd start to descend the stairs, and when I reached the last step, everything around me would turn to total darkness. The light from the kitchen wouldn't reach down anymore, and I'd be swallowed by a thick black void. Then something would grab me. I could feel it tight around my arms or legs, pulling me into the darkness. I'd scream, but no sound would come out, or it would be muffled like I was underwater. The strangest part was how I always knew exactly what was going to happen before it happened. I could feel it building up as I got closer to the basement door or started down the stairs, but I was powerless to stop myself from going. Like I was on a path I couldn't get off, no matter how much I wanted to. There were other nightmares too, some about the basement, some about things hiding in the dark corners of that unfinished side, some about sounds I couldn't explain. They all made me hate the basement more than anything. It was a place I wanted to avoid at all costs. One day, when I was about 10 or 11, I had to take my laundry down. I was home alone except for my dog, a big, friendly lab who was my only real comfort. I decided it'd be better to take her down with me than go by myself. At least I wouldn't be completely alone. I grabbed the laundry basket, called the dog, and started down the stairs. This time it was daylight. Sunlight poured in through those small slit windows near the ceiling of the basement, casting long, sharp shadows across the floor. The air still smelled like the basement always did, but the light made it feel less like a cave and more like a place in a normal house. I walked over to the washing machine, my footsteps light on the concrete floor. I tossed the clothes onto the pile next to the machine, and the dog sniffed around happily, wagging her tail. For a moment, it felt almost normal, almost safe. Then I started to head back up the stairs. Normally, I ran up the stairs because I hated the basement so much, and I was a skinny kid so my feet barely made a sound. But this time I was moving slowly, almost casually. Suddenly I heard it. Right behind me on the stairs, something was pounding and scrambling up the steps fast. It was a heavy, frantic sound, too heavy for my dog. I couldn't understand what it was at first, and then my brain just shut down with pure terror. I screamed without even meaning to. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. My legs refused to move, and before I could get back up, I collapsed onto the stairs and curled up into a tight ball, shaking. The fear was paralyzing. I was sure it was the moment for my nightmares come to life. Whatever had been chasing me in the dark, right here, was real, and it was going to catch me in my own home. I closed my eyes as tight as I could and waited for it. I braced for the worst. But then, something warm and wet touched my face. I opened my eyes slowly and saw my dog licking me, excited and wagging her tail like we were playing a game. She jumped up, barking happily, ready to race me back up the stairs. The pounding behind me was just her paws hitting the steps as she ran after me. That day, everything changed. After that moment, I realized that no matter how dark or scary the basement felt, I wasn't really alone. Even when my fears felt bigger than the house itself, there was something real and loyal waiting for me. A friend who didn't care about the shadows or the noises or the nightmares. I still hated the basement. I still felt uneasy whenever I had to go down there. But the terror wasn't quite as heavy anymore because I knew I wasn't completely alone. And that made all the difference. I live close enough to Walmart that when I need to go, I usually just walk. It's not a long trip, maybe 10 or 15 minutes at most, and I like that about it. The path cuts behind the store and then wraps around the side before you reach the front entrance. That route is kind of quiet at night, with just a little stretch of trees and brush that borders the back and side of the building. Not exactly a forest, but enough to make it feel isolated when you're walking through, especially after dark. One night, my boyfriend and I were headed out to pick up some ingredients for root beer floats. It was warm and humid, the kind of summer night where the air clings to your skin, and you can hear cicadas buzzing in the distance. We were laughing, talking about what movies to watch when we got back. The trail was mostly empty, just the two of us and the faint glow of the streetlights behind the Walmart sign ahead. As we walked through the wooded area, something caught my eye near the edge of the trees. There was a dog, a black dog, sniffing around the bushes. It wasn't barking or growling, just quietly moving through the underbrush like it was hunting something small or just exploring. I looked at it and made a joke, mostly to break the quiet. What if it's some kind of creature? I said, half laughing but also a little creeped out by the way the shadows played around it. The dog's fur looked almost like a black hole, so deep and dark it swallowed the faint light around it. Then the dog turned its head sharply toward us, its eyes catching the dim light just for a moment. It stared at us with an intensity that made me freeze. The way it looked, it wasn't just a normal dog looking curious. It was like it was calculating, aware in a way that felt off. Before I could blink, it bolted. Not just ran, but shot off at a speed I've never seen any dog manage. It was like it vanished into thin air, but you could still see the faint outline of it racing away, faster than any animal should be able to move. The whole thing felt so strange that neither of us could really say anything for a while. We kept walking, but I kept glancing back toward where it disappeared, half expecting it to be there again waiting. A couple of months later, my neighbor told me something that gave me chills. She and her son had been walking their dog behind Walmart, the same trail, the same area, and saw the same black dog. She described it exactly the way I had seen it. She said when it noticed them, it didn't just run away. It bolted with a speed so fast it was almost like a blur, impossible to catch or even really focus on. I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe a stray dog that was really fast. Maybe we were all just seeing things in the dark. But something about how she described it, the way she said it looked like a shadow more than an animal, made my skin crawl. Then a few weeks later, my boyfriend came home from a late shift at work looking shaken. He said he had seen the dog again, right near the back trail. He wasn't joking this time. He said it didn't look like a regular dog at all. It wasn't just black. It was black like a patch of pure nothingness. Like the kind of black you see when you close your eyes tight and press your face against something dark. It was like a void shaped like a dog, not fur or skin but just absence. That description stuck with me. I couldn't shake it. After that, I started noticing little things during my walks. Sounds that didn't quite match what I expected. Shadows moving just outside my peripheral vision. The way the air felt colder near the edge of the trees at night, even when everything else was warm. One night, I decided to walk the trail alone, despite the knot in my stomach. I told myself I needed to see if it was real, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I left my phone at home, wanting to be completely present. The sky was clear but dark, with just a sliver of moon casting faint light through the branches. I could hear the usual sounds, crickets, the distant hum of traffic, the rustle of leaves as a breeze blew through. As I neared the spot where I'd first seen the dog, I slowed down listening. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Suddenly, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. There it was, the black shape, low to the ground, almost blending with the shadows like it was part of the night itself. I held my breath. It lifted its head and stared at me. That same void black gaze. It didn't growl or bark. It didn't move closer or run away. It just watched. I could feel something in my chest tighten, a mix of fear and fascination. The dog didn't look like an animal. It looked like darkness had taken shape and given itself legs. And then, without warning, it bolted. Faster than anything should be able to move, it disappeared into the trees. I stood there, heart racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Over the next weeks, I tried to talk to people about it, but most just laughed or told me I was imagining things. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual, even those who walked the trail regularly. But I knew what I had seen was real. That black dog was out there, moving through the shadows, a dark shape that didn't belong. I stopped walking the trail at night after that. One day, I went to the Walmart early in the morning to see if I could find any tracks or signs. The grass behind the store was trampled in places, and I saw some paw prints in the dirt. They looked like dog prints, but something about their size and shape felt odd. Too perfect, too deep in the soil, like the earth had been pressed down unnaturally. I realized I couldn't explain what this was, but I knew to stay away from that back trail at night. The black dog wasn't a ghost or a monster. It wasn't a creature from a fairy tale. It was something else, something that slipped through the cracks of the ordinary, something that moved faster than life should allow, something that was more shadow than animal. And it was watching. It was sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. I must have been around 6 or 7 years old. My sister, she was about 14 or 15 then, just enough older that we never really fought. We got along pretty well, actually. She babysat me a lot. Our parents trusted her to keep an eye on me, and most nights, it was just the two of us in the house while mom and dad went out or worked late. We lived in a small Texas town where everyone knew everyone else. A place where, even at night, you could usually feel safe. But that night, it didn't feel safe at all. It was winter, and even though we were in Texas, the desert nights could get bitterly cold. By 8 o'clock, it was already dark outside. The kind of darkness that feels endless because there are no streetlights near our house, and the stars don't do much to chase away the blackness. We were sitting in the common room, the one place in the house with the TV, and I remember the glow from the screen casting a soft blue light across the room. The furniture was worn but cozy. An old couch where I sat curled up with my sister, some beat-up chairs, and a low coffee table scattered with magazines and a few old toys. The floor was carpeted, and I remember the faint smell of old wood and pine cleaner from when Mom had scrubbed the house that afternoon. On the TV, one of those crime shows was playing, something like 60 Minutes or 48 Hours, or maybe Hard Copy. These shows always told gritty stories, stuff about real people caught in terrible situations. The kind of stories adults sometimes thought kids shouldn't hear, but that night, no one changed the channel. I sat there quietly, holding onto my sister's hand, watching the story unfold. It was about a quiet man who lived next door to some family. Nobody really knew him well. Then one day, he went on some crazy rampage. He broke into their house, hurt them badly, and kidnapped the young daughter. The show followed the police's search for him. It was chilling stuff, but I didn't fully understand it all. Still, the mood in the room was tense, and my sister kept glancing nervously toward the front door. Our common room had a big glass wall on one side. The whole wall was floor-to-ceiling windows with a large glass door that led out to the backyard. Beyond that, it was pitch black. We didn't keep the back porch light on, so the glass just reflected the inside of the room. On the opposite side of the room was the front door. It was a solid wooden door that led into a small entryway. Outside that, there was a glass storm door. You couldn't see through the front door itself, but the storm door was clear glass. It was all pretty standard for a house in that part of Texas. About 45 minutes into the show, just as the police were closing in on the suspect, there was a sudden, loud banging on the front door. Bam, bam, bam. It was so violent and unexpected that my sister and I both jumped up and screamed like crazy. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst right through my chest. The room fell completely silent, except for the sound of our breathing and the faint hum from the kitchen light down the hall. The banging stopped as suddenly as it started, and for a moment, we just stood frozen in place, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. We started to think maybe something on the porch, like one of the planters or the old rocking chair, had been knocked against the door by the fierce West Texas wind. That kind of wind was no joke. It could blow with a strength that would shake windows and send dust swirling like storms. It made sense to think it was just the wind. We were almost ready to say it was nothing, to calm down and go back to watching TV. But just then, we heard the storm door, the glass one outside the front door, close softly with a click. That sound was quiet but clear. Someone had to have opened it from the outside. No wind could have done that. No planter could have made it close like that. It had to be a person. That realization froze us cold in place. We dropped back down to the floor where we'd been sitting. The kitchen light was the only thing still on in the house, and its glow stretched down the hall, but the common room was mostly dark except for the flickering from the TV screen. My sister crawled over to the TV and slowly turned it off. The old metal dial clicked with a loud thump that echoed through the room. Now there was nothing but silence except for the faint sounds coming from the kitchen and the house settling in the cold night. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably just a few minutes. Eye contact, breath held, ears straining for any noise from the front door. I remember being on my knees, sitting back on my feet, turning my head slowly to look at the glass wall behind us, the door leading to the backyard. Then I saw it. The knob on the back door, locked with a simple twist, began to turn slowly. It rattled quietly, like someone was testing the handle. The lock was engaged, but not deadbolt, so if someone was patient enough, they could get in. My stomach dropped. The door didn't open, but the handle rattled again, a bit more insistently. Then the banging started at the back door, loud, frantic, and terrifying. Bam! 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 Someone was trying to force their way in. The whole glass wall trembled with the pounding. Each time the door slammed against the frame, I could see my reflection in the glass. Fuzzy, then clear, then fuzzy again. It was like I was trapped inside a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My sister screamed, a high-pitched, blood-curdling sound that tore through the silence and broke me out of my frozen state. She jumped up and grabbed me, pulling me toward her bedroom. We scrambled across the carpet, hearts pounding, and she slammed the door behind us. She grabbed the mattress from her bed and pushed it against the door. Then she threw whatever else she could find, pillows, a chair, some books, in front of it to block it as best she could. In her panic, she remembered the phone on her dresser. It was one of those old beige portable phones with a long metal antenna, the kind that felt like holding a brick. She grabbed it and hit the redial button, her hands shaking so hard she nearly dropped it. The phone connected to one of her friends, and in broken, panicked breaths, she told them someone was trying to break into our house, and they needed to come right away. I curled up on the floor, trembling so hard I could barely breathe. The fear was crushing. We didn't hear anything else after that. No more banging, no footsteps, no voices. Just the distant howl of the wind outside. After what felt like an eternity, headlights appeared outside our window. My sister's friend and her parents had come, just like she asked. Their car pulled into the driveway, and the house finally felt less like a trap. The police showed up soon after, but they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there. The only strange thing was a couple of scuff marks on the bottom of the back door. Marks we couldn't remember if they'd been there before or not. It was as if whoever tried to get in had vanished into thin air. We never found out who it was or why they came. No one ever knocked or called afterward. The incident never repeated itself, but from that night on, my sister and I made sure every door was locked tight. The deadbolt was never left undone again. Even years later, I remember the cold fear that filled the house. The way shadows seemed to crawl across the walls, the sound of that back door rattling, as if someone was just inches away, trying to get in. It was a night that changed how safe I felt in my own home. A night when the darkness outside wasn't just cold and empty. It was something waiting. And to this day, no matter where I am, I double-check every lock before I sleep. Because that night taught me something important. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing isn't what you see, but what you know could be right outside your door. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, my family lived in a small, quiet neighborhood tucked away on a cul-de-sac. The kind of place where the houses weren't packed tightly together, but spread out enough so that you could have some space, a backyard that felt almost like your own little world. Our house was just like that. A one-story, simple, average-looking home, nothing fancy, but with a huge backyard that stretched out behind it. It was a great place to play, especially in the summer when my sisters and I would run around, chasing each other, or trying to catch bugs or frogs near the garden. But there was one part of that yard that always gave me the creeps. In one far corner, away from the main part where we played, sat an old, rusted-out trailer. Not a camper, but the kind you use to haul dirt bikes or small vehicles. It was flat, open, with a metal frame that had been left to decay over the years. The paint had long since peeled away, leaving behind dull, jagged edges of rust. I never dared to go near it, and neither did my sisters. Even our dog, a big golden retriever named Max, would avoid that corner like it had a bad smell or something worse. Whenever we walked past it, he'd slow down, sniff the air nervously, and pull away from it as if he wanted to be anywhere but there. The weirdest thing was the area near the trailer just felt wrong. Not in a loud, obvious way, like something out of a horror movie, but in a quiet, heavy way that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Like it was a spot where something bad had happened, even though I never knew what. My parents never mentioned it. They didn't seem to care, or maybe they just didn't notice. But for me and my sisters, that corner was off limits. My 2 younger sisters shared a bedroom at the back of the house, right next to the kitchen. I had the room at the front with the big window that looked out over the street and the front yard. But sometimes, my sisters would come into my room at night and ask to sleep with me. They said their room felt strange, like there were weird lights flickering or moving shadows that made it hard for them to fall asleep. My parents just told them it was probably the streetlights outside shining in through the blinds. But I never really believed that. I thought maybe they were picking up on the same strange feeling I had about the yard. Or maybe it was just a kid's imagination running wild. One night, I woke up suddenly. It was late, probably after midnight, and everything was quiet except for the faint hum of the streetlights outside. But I didn't feel calm or safe. Instead, there was this heavy, angry feeling in the room. It was like the air itself was thick with tension, like someone standing right next to me was furious and ready to hurt me. I remember lying there frozen, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to figure out where the feeling was coming from. Then, out of the darkness, I saw a shape standing in the doorway. It was tall, thin, and still like a shadow. But what really caught my attention was a single red light glowing softly near its face. At first, I thought it was a cigarette or a lighter. Both my parents smoked, so that made sense. I sat up slowly, trying to wake myself up more, and whispered, "Mom? Dad?" But there was no answer. The shape didn't move or say anything. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the red light vanished, and the figure disappeared from the doorway. I pulled the covers over my head and curled up as tight as I could, trying to make myself feel small and safe. But then, I felt a tug at the bottom of the blankets. It was soft but firm, like something or someone was pulling gently on the covers. I froze. I didn't dare move or even breathe too loudly. The tug came again, just once more. I gripped the blankets tighter, scared beyond words. Then it stopped. The room went silent except for my own shaky breaths. I stayed like that until sleep finally pulled me under again. The next morning, when I told my parents about what I saw and felt, they just said they had been asleep the whole night. They said it must have been a nightmare, nothing more. But I knew what I saw wasn't just a bad dream. Something about that night stayed with me. Over the years, I had strange dreams about the house. The corner of the backyard where the trailer sat turned into a black hole in my mind, a dark, empty space that swallowed up everything around it. Even though the house was only one story, I'd dream about running downstairs into the den, a place that felt like a trap. In my dreams, the black hole in the den seemed alive, waiting to grab me if I got too close. I could hear it breathing like a quiet, heavy sigh, and see shadows moving just beyond my sight. Other houses in the neighborhood appeared in my dreams too, but they felt dangerous, like if I went to them asking for help, I would be in real trouble, maybe even die. It was a feeling of dread that clung to me whenever I thought about those places. One night many years later, I was talking with my younger sister and our mom about the old house. Somehow, the conversation drifted to those same nightmares we'd all had. My mom told us she'd had almost the exact same dreams as we did. She described running down the stairs into the kitchen, where the cupboards would slam open and closed by themselves. She told us there was a man standing near the den, in the same spot where I'd always seen the black hole. We'd never talked about any of this before, but suddenly it felt like the three of us were connected by the same strange, heavy feeling. The house had always felt eerie, even when I'd driven by it years later. The neighborhood looked quiet, perfectly normal, but the moment I stepped into it, the feeling came back, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I still don't know why. Maybe it was something about the way the land was shaped, or something buried deep underground, something nobody ever spoke about. We never found out what it was exactly, but the house and that corner of the yard were forever marked in my memory as a place where something felt very wrong. No ghosts or fairy tales, just a quiet, unsettling darkness that lingered there, invisible to everyone else but impossible to ignore for me and my family. A few years ago, I was home alone at night. It was one of those quiet, ordinary nights where nothing much was happening. The kind of night where the house feels too still, and every little sound gets louder in your ears. I was sitting in the living room, curled up on the couch with a blanket over my legs, watching some late-night TV show that wasn't really holding my attention. I was half watching and half thinking about other things when suddenly the doorbell rang. Hearing the doorbell at night when you're alone is always a little unsettling. I froze for a moment, listening. The house was otherwise silent. I didn't want to just get up and open the door, not without knowing who it was. At that time, I had this rule to never open the door to strangers, especially after dark. So I stayed where I was for a few seconds, trying to calm down and think. No one in my family was expected to come by, and I definitely wasn't expecting anyone. I slowly stood up and walked over to the front door. The hallway light was off, and I made sure not to turn on the porch light either. I didn't want whoever was outside to know if anyone was home or not. My hands were a little shaky as I reached up and peered through the peephole. The glass was small and the view was narrow, but I could see the porch area just enough. Outside, it was really dark. The only light came from the faint glow of a street lamp across the street, but it didn't reach all the way to my porch. The shadows were thick and shapes blended into one another. At first, I saw nothing. Then, my eyes caught something moving in the darkness near the edge of the porch. It wasn't a person, or at least not like a person. It was more like a black blob, a figure maybe 3 or 4 feet tall. It didn't have clear features or shape. It looked like a shadow, but a denser one, not like the kind you get from normal shadows. This figure was moving in a very strange way. It was making what looked like a dance motion. I know it sounds weird, but it was kind of like a slow, graceful movement. It dipped down and then raised up, moving its arms out and back in a smooth, sweeping motion. It reminded me of someone moving their arms like wings, kind of like a bird flapping gently, but in a controlled, elegant way. The movement was continuous, almost hypnotic, and it went on for a few seconds. The strangest part was that the figure seemed opaque against the dark background. It wasn't see-through like a shadow, and it wasn't reflective either. It looked almost like a solid mass of darkness that didn't quite belong there. The porch was too dark to see the ground clearly, but whatever it was, it hovered or stood very still as it moved its arms. I don't know how long I stood there watching. Time seemed to stretch out. The whole scene was so out of place and weird that my heart started beating faster. I stopped looking through the peephole because it freaked me out too much. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if I was just seeing things or if someone was playing a weird prank. Maybe it was some kind of costume or a person in the dark, but nothing about it looked human. I took a few deep breaths and tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe a trick of the light or a stray piece of clothing caught in the wind. But the way it moved didn't fit any normal explanation. Slowly, I forced myself to look back through the peephole again. My eyes adjusted to the dark, but the figure was gone. The porch was empty, completely silent. No sign of anything unusual. I stood there for a moment, staring out into the night. I wanted to open the door and check, but my feet felt glued to the floor. The silence felt heavy, like the air was waiting for something. I listened carefully, but there was no sound, no footsteps, no rustling leaves, no indication that anyone or anything was out there. The street lamp's light flickered slightly in the distance, but that was it. I backed away from the door slowly and locked it. My hands were trembling as I double-checked the locks on all the doors and windows. I didn't want to go back to the living room right away, but eventually I did. The TV was still on, but I wasn't paying attention anymore. My eyes kept darting toward the front door, expecting maybe to see something else, but there was nothing. I told myself it was just someone messing around, or maybe a neighborhood kid playing a prank. But the way it moved, that graceful dipping and flapping motion, wasn't something I'd ever seen a person do, especially not in the dark outside someone's house. And no kid in my neighborhood was small enough to be 3 feet tall, either. The whole thing didn't add up. I spent the rest of the night, unable to shake the image of that strange figure. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that black shape moving outside the door. I wondered if it had been watching me, waiting for me to open the door, or if it was just there for some reason I couldn't understand. In the following days, I checked the porch and yard thoroughly. There was no sign of anything unusual, no footprints, no strange marks, no evidence that anyone had been there. The neighborhood was quiet, and nothing else happened. I asked a few neighbors if they had seen anything strange, but no one had. Still, I couldn't get that night out of my mind. It made me rethink how safe I really was at home, especially when I was alone. I started making sure the porch light was on at night, and I kept my phone close just in case. But no matter what I did, I never forgot the shape I saw through that peephole. The small, dark figure moving its arms like wings in the dark. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I never told anyone much about it because I didn't want to sound crazy, but every now and then, I think about that night and feel that same chill creeping up my spine. It's a reminder that sometimes the unknown is just outside your door, and not everything can be explained. Around 5 years ago, when I was about 12, I had one of those experiences that changes how you see the world forever. It was during a time of big changes in my life. My family and I had just moved from the United States to Querétaro, Mexico. We didn't have our own place yet, so we were staying with my grandma. Her house was in a rough part of the city, a neighborhood where people were used to keeping to themselves, watching the streets carefully and not trusting strangers. Every day, my mom would park our car in a guarded parking lot about 2 blocks away from Grandma's house. The idea was that it would be safer there, with security guards watching over it, even though we never really felt completely safe. So every morning at 5 a.m., we'd wake up early, bundle up, and walk those 2 blocks in the dark to get the car and drive to school or wherever we needed to go. The early mornings were quiet, almost eerie. The streetlights flickered on the cracked sidewalks, and the neighborhood still smelled faintly of smoke from cooking fires and the city waking up slowly. The houses were old, some with iron bars on the windows, graffiti on the walls, and dogs chained in small yards. You could hear distant sounds, the low rumble of cars far away, someone shouting to a neighbor, a cat fighting with another cat. One morning, everything seemed normal as we stepped out of Grandma's house. The air was cool and still. I remember the sky was just starting to lighten with the faint pinkish blue of dawn. We began walking the usual route toward the parking lot. The path we took was through a narrow street lined with trees and street lamps. The trees were tall and twisted, with branches that swayed in the light morning breeze. Suddenly, my mom stopped walking and grabbed my arm tightly. She turned to me and whispered sharply to be quiet. I looked at her, confused and a little scared. There was nothing unusual, or so I thought. She pointed silently towards a tree about 8 or 10 meters away from us. I followed her finger and froze. Behind the tree, I saw something that I still can't explain fully. At first, it looked like a small boy playing hide and seek, popping his head out and peeking at us. But it wasn't a boy. The figure was small, no taller than 3 feet. Its skin was gray and smooth, almost like rubber, and its ears were pointed sharply, sticking out from the sides of its head. The eyes were huge, black, and shiny, almost like glossy marbles that seemed to absorb the little light around them. It just looked at us without moving much, almost like it was studying us or deciding what to do next. The creature's head would peek from behind the tree, then disappear, then peek out again like it was teasing us or trying to figure out if we were dangerous. The silence around us was thick, except for the soft rustle of the leaves. My mom didn't hesitate. She pulled my hand quickly and started walking in a different direction, away from the tree and that thing hiding behind it. I looked back once, and I saw it dart away, faster than I thought possible. It disappeared into the shadows of the narrow alleyways and buildings that surrounded the area. The walk to the car felt longer than usual. I was shaking but tried not to show it. My mom kept holding my hand tightly, but didn't say a word until we got into the car. The engine noise was loud, the air inside warm compared to the cold outside. The streetlights passed by in a blur as she drove. Even though I wanted to ask questions, I couldn't. My heart was still racing. Days, weeks, and months went by. Life moved on, school, family, everything, but the image of that creature stayed with me. I didn't tell anyone outside the family because I was afraid people would think I was crazy. But the memory was so clear and sharp, like it happened yesterday. 3 years later, I started looking up things about aliens and strange sightings. I was curious, trying to make sense of what I saw. One night, after finishing homework, I searched online about encounters that people had with gray aliens or small extraterrestrial beings with big eyes and pointy ears. What I found surprised me. There were stories and even some photos and sketches from people all over the world who claimed to have seen something very similar to what I saw that morning in Querétaro. The descriptions matched: the gray skin, the big black eyes, the size, and the strange way the beings seemed to move or watch quietly. I read scientific articles, conspiracy theories, and even reports from astronauts and pilots. Many people who studied these cases believed that these beings were some kind of advanced life form from another planet or dimension, possibly observing humans quietly, without causing harm. None of it was confirmed, but it made me feel less alone, like maybe I hadn't imagined everything. Since then, I have tried to keep an open but cautious mind. I still think about that morning often, especially when I'm out walking at dawn or dusk. The neighborhood around Grandma's house has changed a lot since then. The parking lot is gone, replaced by a small park, and many families moved away. I moved out too, back to the United States, but the memory stayed. The experience taught me to pay attention to the small, quiet moments around us, to look beyond what seems normal. It also reminded me that sometimes reality can be stranger than any story or movie. Even if I never see that creature again, I know what I saw was real to me. And that makes all the difference. About 2 years ago, things were falling apart in a way I never expected. My ex and I had been together for a while, and at first, I thought we had something real. But slowly, the cracks started showing. The person I thought I loved, the one I thought I knew, turned out to be very different from what I imagined. I didn't realize how much turmoil was beneath the surface until everything blew up in my face. The breakup was ugly. Not just the usual sadness and heartbreak, but something darker. Lots of crying, yes, but also a flood of harsh words and anger. Not just anger, but bitterness and resentment that seemed to burn like acid. At first, I tried to hold on, thinking maybe we just needed time to work things out. But it didn't get better. It got worse. I learned about the lies, the secrets she kept from me, the emotional manipulation that I hadn't noticed before because I was too wrapped up in my own feelings. It was like slowly waking up from a nightmare, except the nightmare was real. The woman I'd thought was my partner, my friend, was someone different entirely. Someone angry, someone hurt, but also someone who could be terrifying. And the worst part was that she was the one who ended it. She broke up with me, not once, but multiple times, only to come back again and again, twisting me around like I was nothing but a toy. And when I finally accepted that it was over and told her to leave, it was like I'd crossed some line I never should have. She was furious, more furious than I'd ever seen. That fury turned into something I couldn't handle. By then, I had started seeing someone new, someone healthy and kind. I didn't plan it, it just happened. It was maybe 3 weeks after the main breakup, but it was enough to make her rage flare even hotter. I knew it did, and maybe a part of me hated that, but I was done being her emotional punching bag. One day, she showed up at my place. I wasn't expecting her. She said she'd come to get some things she'd left behind. The moment she stepped inside, I felt a cold pit open in my stomach. Something was wrong. I could tell by the way she looked at me. Eyes sharp, tense, like she was holding back a storm. She didn't waste time. She sat me down on the edge of my bed, and without a word, she pulled out a piece of paper from her purse and handed it to me. It was folded carefully, almost deliberately. She looked at me, her expression dark, and said I had to read it out loud. I stared at the paper in my hands. The room felt like it was shrinking, walls closing in. I didn't want to read it, but she was already getting angry, her voice rising, demanding I say the words. So with a shaky breath, I began. The words hit me like punches. The speech was vicious, filled with accusations and venom. She called me incapable of love, a terrible person, someone who deserved to die. The words burned my skin like acid, but I kept reading because it was the only way to get her to leave. She needed to hear me say it. Maybe then she'd go away. When I finished, the silence was thick. I looked up at her, my eyes watering, my throat raw. And then she pulled out a gun. A real loaded gun. The kind you see in movies, but this was no movie. She took the gun out of her purse with a slow, deliberate movement, like she was trying to summon courage, like she was fighting some terrible battle inside herself. For the next 15 minutes, she held the gun, fingers trembling over the trigger, her face a mask of pain and fury and desperation. She told me she knew the law. She knew what would happen if she pulled the trigger. She knew where she'd go. Prison, probably for a long time. But she said she didn't care. None of it mattered because I would be gone. I sat there, tears streaming down my face, trying not to lose control, trying to find any words that could reach her. I told her she wasn't a killer, that she didn't have to do this, that she could live a life without me in it. I told her she had choices. She just needed to choose to walk away. In the end, she did. We parted with a hug, a strange, broken kind of hug, and she left. I haven't seen her since. Months later, I found out she got engaged to someone new. Part of me was stunned. Part of me was relieved. Somehow, knowing she was moving on gave me a strange kind of peace. But even now, sometimes, I feel that day like a dark shadow lurking in the corner of my mind. The memory of her sitting on my bed, the paper in my hand, the gun trembling in her grip, and me trying to hold on to hope when everything felt like it was falling apart. It was about 3 in the morning when I woke up in my basement room. The house was quiet except for this strange sound that kept pulling me out of sleep, a low, ragged moaning coming from somewhere close by. At first, I thought I was dreaming or maybe half awake, hearing things that weren't really there. The basement was converted into my bedroom, and my bed was pushed against the far wall, away from the stairs and the small living area. The layout was weird. From where I was, I couldn't see much beyond my own little corner. So, I closed my eyes and tried to shove the noise out of my head, trying to go back to sleep. The moaning didn't stop. It stayed steady, like someone was really hurting or struggling. It was soft, shaky, and full of pain, but there was no clear yelling or shouting. Just this constant, sad sound that didn't belong in my quiet house. I didn't want to believe what it was. For 5 minutes, I lay there, heart beating faster, pretending it was just in my head. Eventually, I gave up on ignoring it. I sat up slowly and glanced toward the couch in the living area, the only place in my basement room where someone else could be. My eyes adjusted to the dim light coming from the hallway above, but the couch itself was mostly in shadow. I couldn't see a face or even a full figure, but I caught sight of legs stretched out, shoes on the floor. The shoes were familiar at first glance, like the ones my friend who had come over earlier that evening was wearing. I froze. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was just a leftover image in my brain. I blinked and looked closer. The shoes weren't the same. The friend who had been here was Greek and had a very different look, but this person had darker skin. Hispanic. I could tell even from the low light. The realization hit me like a punch to the chest. There was someone here who shouldn't be. Someone in my basement, in my room, moaning on the couch. My body tensed. I glanced around for a weapon and remembered the small knife I kept on my nightstand. It was a tiny thing, only about 3 inches long, but it was better than nothing. I had never thought I'd need it for anything serious, just for small emergencies or maybe cutting open a package. Now it felt like the only thing standing between me and whatever was about to happen. My mind raced. This guy hadn't noticed me yet. I was still in bed, covered by my blanket, hidden in the shadows. The room was weirdly silent except for his groans. I thought about attacking him before he could even move, but something stopped me. The door to my room was old and thick. It was locked from the outside. The previous owners had used this basement as a separate apartment, and the lock stayed. So now my room was basically a little prison cell with the door locking behind you when you came in. I wasn't sure how strong those locks were, but it was better than nothing. I moved slowly, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so loud it felt like it might give me away. I slid off the bed and crept toward the door, ready to lock it behind me. As soon as I moved, the man's head jerked up, and he started groaning louder. Panic flared inside me. He scrambled off the couch and began moving toward the door at the same time as I reached it. We both reached the door together. I lunged forward and slammed it shut, fumbling with the lock. His hands were pounding against the wood as I locked it tight. His breathing grew heavier, more frantic. I could hear his fingers scraping the door frame, nails digging in, trying to get out. My hands were shaking, but I held the lock tight. Then I ran. I sprinted up 2 flights of stairs to the main floor of the house, heart slamming in my chest like a drum. The stairwell seemed endless, but I kept going, bursting through the front door and into the hallway where my parents were still asleep. I was only 15, and the terror still wrapped around me like a cold blanket. I shook them awake, but they looked at me like I was just having a bad dream, the kind you get after watching too many scary movies or eating too much sugar before bed. They didn't take it seriously, even when I told them there was someone in my room. They followed me down to the basement, still half asleep and thinking this was some kind of nightmare or prank. As we approached the door, something heavy crashed through it from the inside. A 10-pound weight I kept for workouts toppled over, breaking the wood and splintering the door. That was when they realized this wasn't a dream. My mother grabbed the phone and dialed 911 right away. My father, meanwhile, did something I never expected. He walked up to a display near the fireplace and pulled out a broadsword that was part of an old, mostly decorative suit of armor. It looked like something from medieval times. He handed me an old cavalry saber he kept in an umbrella stand by the door, just in case. We waited, tense and scared. Every second stretched out, and I kept glancing back toward the locked door. Then, finally, the police arrived. They had to break the rest of the door open and drag the man out. He was out of his mind, mumbling nonsense and swaying unsteadily. They said he was probably on PCP or some other heavy drug, explaining why he was so disoriented and violent. The officers told us the man had broken into the house by diving through a window. I remembered the crash now. the sound of glass breaking that I hadn't heard because of the sleeping pills I took every night. The pills knocked me out cold, so I never woke up when the window shattered. The police explained that technically, since we locked the man in the basement room, it was a citizen's arrest until they arrived. That made me feel strange, like I'd done something illegal, even though I was defending myself. Months later, the whole thing still haunted me. The doctors diagnosed me with PTSD mid-August, and the nightmares and flashbacks were brutal. My mind replayed every detail, the moans, the man's eyes, the fear, the way the house felt suddenly dangerous and unfamiliar. The worst part was the shame. People didn't understand how something like this could cause PTSD. "You got PTSD from that," they'd say. It was hard to explain that it wasn't just about the event itself, but how it broke my sense of safety in my own home, how it made me jump at every sound in the night, how my body still tensed up at the smallest noises. It took months of therapy and quiet moments alone to begin putting the pieces back together. My parents tried to be supportive, but I could see the worry in their eyes. They'd never felt scared in their own house, not like I did. My father even kept the broadsword and saber out, almost like a reminder that the danger was real, even if it was over. I'm still healing. The shadows in the basement don't feel quite so dark anymore. The moans have faded into silence. I sleep better than I did then, though sometimes I still wake up around 3 in the morning, heart racing, half expecting to hear someone moaning on the couch. But I learned one thing through it all. Even the most familiar places can turn strange when fear takes hold. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't a ghost or a monster, but a broken window, a stranger in the dark, and the sharp edge of reality cutting through the night. I woke up that morning like any other day, but the air in the house felt wrong. The silence was thick, pressing down on me before I even opened my eyes. I rolled out of bed, muscles stiff and aching from restless sleep, and headed toward the living room. The floor creaked beneath my bare feet, the early light casting long shadows that twisted like dark fingers across the walls. I could smell something faint, like old sweat and cold metal, but I ignored it, telling myself it was nothing. When I stepped into the living room, everything stopped. My father was there, lying still on the floor. His eyes were closed, his face pale, and he looked like he had been sleeping, but the coldness in the room told me otherwise. I didn't understand at first. I thought maybe he was just passed out, or maybe sick. I shook him, called his name, but he didn't move. Panic rose in my chest like a flood. I dropped to my knees, desperate to fix what was wrong. I tried CPR, mouth to mouth, chest compressions, anything I could remember from the first aid class. But it was useless. He was already gone. The world around me stopped again, this time sinking into darkness. The hours after that morning blurred into a nightmare I couldn't escape. The police came, questions were asked, and my mother cried in the corner. I sat on the floor, numb and empty, a hollow shell that moved only when necessary. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, but nothing inside me healed. That night, when I tried to sleep, the nightmare began. I was walking through the house, slow and heavy, toward the living room. I could hear my footsteps echoing, each one louder and heavier. My heart pounded in my chest like a drum, drowning out everything else. I knew what I was about to see before I even got there. The dread twisted inside me like a living thing. I screamed before I reached the doorway, a sound so raw and desperate it tore through the silence. And then I woke up. My sheets were soaked with sweat, my throat raw, and my whole body trembling like I had just run a marathon. Sometimes, I screamed so loud that the neighbors probably thought someone was being hurt. This went on for nearly a year. I stopped sleeping at night because I couldn't face the dreams. I stayed awake for days, surviving on caffeine and sheer force of will. I stopped eating properly, stopped caring about anything. The world around me became a blur of pain and fear. I was a ghost in my own life. One day, in the middle of a bright afternoon, my mind broke. I don't remember much of what happened. My wife, then my girlfriend, told me later that I tensed up suddenly, like my body was seizing uncontrollably. It lasted for what felt like forever. In my mind, I was reliving that morning again and again. Every time, I was walking toward the living room, feeling that unbearable dread tighten around my chest like a vice. But each time I got close, I screamed, a deep, guttural scream that tore out of me like something primitive and wild. It shook my whole body, made me shake uncontrollably, but I stopped myself from looking inside. After what seemed like an eternity, something changed. For the first time, I let myself walk all the way into the living room. I saw my father lying there, dead and still, just like that morning. But instead of turning away in horror, something inside me cracked open. The scream escaped me, raw and terrible, but I let it go. I didn't run or wake up screaming this time. I stayed there, staring until the scream faded and the tears came. When I finally opened my eyes for real, the nightmare had lifted. The nights without sleep ended. The dreams stopped. Years passed. Time marched on, relentless and unforgiving. In 2005, I joined the army. The war in Iraq was raging, and I was sent there with the convoy team. The weight of everything I'd been through followed me, but I buried it deep. War had its own horrors, and I told myself I could handle them. Leading a convoy was one of the most stressful jobs. Every trip was a gamble with death. We had intelligence that the enemy was using children as bait, sending them out in front of vehicles to stop convoys so they could ambush us. One day, as I was driving, a kid suddenly ran out about 300 meters ahead of my truck. Time slowed. My mind froze. The orders were clear. If anyone tried to stop us, run them over. But this was a child, and my gut twisted with dread and horror. My truck chief was shouting in my ear to floor it, and I slammed my foot down. The engine roared, tires spinning on the dusty road. At the last second, the kid dodged out of the way, disappearing into the shadows. Relief washed over me, but it was shallow and cold. When we reached the next forward operating base, I tried to get some rest, but my mind wouldn't let me. The day's events twisted into a nightmare. In the dream, I was driving again, and the kid ran out in front of me. This time, I didn't dodge. I hit him. The sickening thud echoed in my head. I stopped, heart pounding, and got out to check the body. But as I moved to the back of the truck, the dread came back, sharper and heavier than before. I knew what I was about to see. My brain remembered the old nightmares, tried to shield me with a whispered reassurance that this wasn't the same. But then I saw him, my father, lying there dead like before. I fell into that primal scream again, but this time it ripped me out of sleep. I woke up running, heart racing, lungs burning. I didn't know where I was, but I ran anyway, the nightmare chasing me into the cold night air of the base. Sweat poured down my face. My legs trembled. The memories crashed over me like a tidal wave. I never had those nightmares again after that, but the fear didn't leave. It changed form, became a quiet shadow that followed me everywhere. I learned to live with it, like an old scar that itches but never bleeds again. Sometimes I still feel it lurking in the back of my mind. The dread, the scream, the cold silence of that living room floor. I've come to understand that some wounds don't heal with time. They don't disappear or fade. They settle inside you, shaping who you are. But I'm still here. I keep moving forward. I live with the memories, the fear, and the pain. And every day, I choose to keep going, even when my own mind feels like the enemy. I want to tell you about something that happened to my Nana years ago. It's a story she told me herself, something that still unsettles me deeply every time I think about it. It's not a ghost story or some wild fantasy, it's real. Just a very strange, very quiet kind of horror. The kind that lingers because of how ordinary and normal everything was, right up until the moment it wasn't. Back then, my Nana was living in her house with my granddad and my father, who had just been born. It was a small, cozy house in a quiet neighborhood, nothing out of the ordinary. Nana had just had my dad, so she was mostly focused on breastfeeding and looking after him, which took up pretty much all her attention during the day and night. Granddad worked night shifts, so he wasn't usually home until the morning. The whole house had a routine, a rhythm, set by feeding times, diaper changes, and Granddad's late hours. Nana also had a very close friend she had known for many years, since their nursing days. They were both mothers by then, raising their kids and living adult lives full of the usual ups and downs. This friend had an ex-husband who had been struggling with depression for a long time. Nana's friend was worried about him and sometimes tried to reach out, but he was a difficult person to get through to. He had a way of shutting people out. One day, out of the blue, that ex-husband called Nana. It was a quiet, desperate kind of phone call. He sounded worn down, broken almost, like someone who'd been carrying a heavy weight for years and had finally reached the point where he just needed to talk, needed someone to listen. Nana explained that she couldn't come over to see him. She was busy with the newborn, breastfeeding, and just couldn't leave. The ex-husband said he understood but ended the call with a soft, "I'll see you soon then." Nana thought nothing much of it. Maybe he just wanted company, or maybe he was just trying to reach out. That night, Nana was alone in the house. Granddad had left for work, heading into his night shift. The house was quiet, except for the usual noises of the baby sleeping and the old clock ticking in the background. Nana was sitting in her favorite chair near the fireplace, the fire crackling and filling the room with warmth. The room smelled like fresh linen, baby powder, and the faint scent of wood smoke. It was the kind of peaceful domestic evening that felt safe and normal. Then, at around 9 p.m., something strange happened. Nana heard the sound of the front gate opening. Now this was an old gate, made of wood with metal hinges, and it was very vocal. It creaked and groaned loudly whenever it was opened or closed. Nana had chosen it that way on purpose. When she was alone in the house, she wanted to know if someone came up the path. She didn't want any surprises. The sound of the gate opening wasn't unusual in itself. Sometimes Granddad would come home early, or a neighbor might stop by. But this time, Nana felt a little uneasy. The gate opened slowly, almost deliberately, but there was no one calling out or announcing themselves. The family dog, Ben, immediately sensed something was wrong. Ben wasn't just any dog. He'd grown up around 4 young children and was known for his calm and gentle nature. He was patient and kind, never aggressive or nervous. But this night, as soon as the gate opened, Ben stiffened. His body became tense, his ears pricked, and he started to growl low and deep, something he had never done before. Nana described the feeling of the dog's sudden change as chilling, like he was warning her about something she couldn't see. Ben's growl turned into barking, urgent and fierce. He stood in front of the front door, growling and barking at something invisible outside. But no one came to open the door. Nana tried to get up, to go to the door herself, to see if it was some kids playing a prank or maybe a neighbor who had lost their way. But she couldn't move. It was as if something held her down, rooted her to the chair. She felt a sudden coldness wash over her, an icy chill that crept into her bones. The fire was blazing, warm and loud, but the cold was something entirely different, a freeze that stopped her heart for a moment. It lasted for nearly 2 minutes. She said she just sat there, frozen and helpless, the dog barking like a warning right beside her, while the house felt like it was holding its breath. Then slowly, the cold faded. Nana described the feeling afterwards as strange. It wasn't relief or fear anymore. Instead, it was an odd kind of calm, a serene quiet that seemed almost unnatural after the tension. Then, she heard the gate again. The same creak, the same slow groan as it closed behind whoever or whatever had come through. Ben stopped barking, but he didn't relax fully. The whole house settled back into its usual quiet. Nana stayed seated for a long time after that, listening for any sounds, but nothing else happened. The next morning, when Granddad returned from work, Nana told him everything. She told him about the gate, the dog's strange behavior, the cold feeling, and the calm that followed. Granddad listened quietly. Then he shared some terrible news. The ex-husband of Nana's friend had taken his own life that very night, at around 8:50 p.m. Nana's house was about a 10-minute walk from where he had been. The coincidence was chilling. The timing lined up exactly with the gate opening and the dog's reaction. The walk from the ex-husband's house to Nana's wasn't far, but it was dark and quiet at that time. Nana couldn't explain why she felt frozen in place or why the dog reacted the way he did, but the facts were clear. Someone or something had been there, just outside her door, a man in desperate pain, taking his last steps before the end. That story has stayed with me ever since. I think about it every time I hear a gate creak or a dog bark at night. It's the kind of moment that feels like a warning or a signal, something more than just coincidence, but less than anything supernatural. It's just the real, raw edge of human suffering brushing up against the normal world. A reminder that sometimes tragedy comes knocking quietly, without fanfare, but with a presence that can't be ignored. Nana never felt afraid after that night, but she felt changed. She understood something about the weight of silence and the power of small, almost invisible moments. And I, hearing it all years later, feel that same chill, not from ghosts or spirits, but from the reality that pain and desperation can reach out in ways we don't always understand. About 5 years ago, something happened that still creeps me out when I think about it. It wasn't a ghost story or some fairy tale nonsense. It was all real, all too normal and real, and somehow, that made it even worse. Back then, my mom had started dating this guy she met on a dating site. Now, that alone wasn't unusual. Online dating was becoming pretty normal by that time, and honestly, my wife and I had met the same way, so we understood it. My wife and I had been dating for a little while, and soon enough, she would become my wife, but that was still in the future then. We got along pretty well, but when it came to my mom's boyfriend, well, we just didn't like him. It wasn't because he was mean or did anything overtly wrong. He just gave off a weird vibe that you couldn't quite explain. He was quiet most of the time. Not the shy kind of quiet. It was more like he was always in his own head, or maybe somewhere else entirely. One of the weird things was that he kept his eyes closed a lot. Not just when he blinked or when he was tired. No, it was like he did it on purpose, like he liked to keep his eyes shut while sitting there talking, or just sitting there doing nothing. Sometimes it was downright creepy. There was this one time when he offered my wife a chocolate, like a little candy piece, but right after handing it to her, he popped one into his own mouth, closed his eyes, and started moaning softly as it melted. It was the kind of thing that makes you look twice, and not in a good way. The few times we visited my mom at her place, he was there too. One time, my wife and I went over, and my mom had to leave suddenly for work. We waited there for a few hours, and during that entire time, the boyfriend just stayed in my mom's bedroom, door closed tight. No noise, no anything. Just silence behind that door while we sat in the living room, feeling a little on edge. It was strange. It was as if he was hiding, or maybe waiting for something. As the months went on, things between my mom and this guy started to get rough. Not in a loud or angry way, just a lot of tension. My wife and I were visiting for the holidays, and my mom finally let it all out. She told us everything that was going on between her and the boyfriend, all the problems, the little things that didn't feel right, and the bigger things that made her uncomfortable. We listened as best as we could and tried to give her honest advice. Both my wife and I agreed quietly that my mom would be better off without him, but she seemed to have already made up her mind. She told us she planned to break up with him on Christmas Eve. That night, we stayed at my mom's house. The house felt different than usual. It was the holiday season, and normally there would be a cozy feeling, decorations, some warmth, soft lights. But that night it felt cold and uneasy, like the air was heavier. The boyfriend wasn't there, and honestly, that was a relief. Early on Christmas morning, we got up, bundled ourselves up in heavy coats, boots crunching on the fresh snow outside, and left to visit my dad at his house. We hadn't planned to spend the night there, but a snowstorm hit hard, and the roads were blocked. What was annoying turned out to be a blessing. Snowed in with my dad felt like a quiet, peaceful surprise for Christmas. The next day, as soon as the roads were clear enough, we decided to head back home. On the way, my wife suggested we stop by my mom's place to check on her. She said she had a bad feeling about my mom's now ex-boyfriend. I didn't say much, but I had that uneasy feeling too. When we got to my mom's house, her car was in the driveway. But that didn't mean much. She lived close enough to walk to work some days, and it hadn't snowed where she was, so the driveway looked normal. One thing that always annoyed me about her was that she never locked her door. Not even once. No matter what, the door would be unlocked when I got there. We let ourselves in quietly. The house was still, almost too still. The usual sounds of a lived-in house were missing. No humming refrigerator, no ticking clock, no faint background noise. It was the kind of silence that makes you feel like you've stepped into a scene where something terrible just happened. Then I saw it. Blood, oozing out of the water dispenser on the refrigerator door. It wasn't a small smear or a drip. It was leaking out steadily, filling the little tray meant to catch water spills. The red liquid was pooling, dripping slowly onto the floor and spreading in a dark stain that looked wet and fresh. My heart nearly stopped. My wife screamed. I don't blame her. I felt frozen, but I tried to keep calm. The first thing I thought was the worst. My mom was hurt, badly hurt, or worse. I moved forward, hands shaking as I reached to open the freezer. I was sure I'd see something horrible, something awful like the worst nightmare you try not to imagine. But what I found was bizarre. A bag of frozen cherries. The bag was ripped open and shoved into the freezer in such a way that it was pressed against the ice dispenser, causing the frozen fruit to melt and drip red juice out of the water dispenser. The color of cherry juice mixed with the melting ice looked exactly like blood. The spilled liquid soaked the tray and dripped onto the floor. I stood there in stunned silence. The tension in the house was suddenly suffocating, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. The house was empty. My mom was fine, safe, even though she had just broken up with that creepy guy who'd haunted the place for months. The blood was fake, but the feeling it gave me was real. That sense of dread, that twist in the pit of my stomach, that moment where your mind races to the worst possible outcome. The boyfriend was gone, and so was my mom. She had already gone out to work that morning. We stayed there for a while, checking the house and calling her, making sure she was okay. It was like the house itself had been holding its breath, and we were the first ones to breathe again. That day, I realized how much fear and doubt had built up around that guy. It wasn't about him hurting anyone physically, at least not that I knew, but the way he lingered in the house, in the silence, in the shadows, like a bad feeling you couldn't shake. It was a scary moment, but the real terror was the feeling of being so close to something awful, only to find it was just a trick of the light, a false alarm, a red stain of cherry juice that made your heart race and your mind spiral. Sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the quiet moments, the frozen cherries, the closed bedroom door, and the eyes that never open. That Christmas, I learned to trust my instincts, and I learned that sometimes the worst is just a shadow, nothing more. But that doesn't make it any less real when you're standing right there, staring down the red liquid and wondering what could have been. I had been looking forward to this concert for weeks. Toronto had always felt like a good place to let loose, and that night, the city was alive with energy, neon lights cutting through the dark like sharp blades. I had been drinking a lot that night, more than I usually did, starting early with some beers at a bar near the venue, then moving on to pints at a few other places before the show. The music was loud, the crowd wild, and I just let myself go, losing track of time and reality a bit. I don't remember much of the actual concert, just flashes of the stage and the lights, people singing along and pushing, the heat and sweat of the crowd pressing in. At some point after the show, I was staggering down the street, trying to make my way back to where I was staying. I knew I was hammered, but I wasn't worried. I'd been drunk plenty of times before and handled myself. Then, out of nowhere, some guys in a car stopped me. They said they were police. The car wasn't marked. No badges, no lights, just an old, dark vehicle. I didn't really think much of it at the time, just figured it was some kind of undercover unit or something. They said I was being arrested for public intoxication and that they were taking me to the drunk tank. I didn't resist. I was too wasted to fight or argue. I slumped into the back seat, feeling the car move and hearing the hum of the engine. The interior was dim, lit only by the faint glow of the dashboard and the streetlights flickering past the windows. I closed my eyes and passed out pretty quickly. When I came to again, I wasn't in a police station. The car had stopped in front of a big, grim building that looked more like a warehouse than anything official. It was dark outside, but a few street lamps flickered weakly, casting long shadows on the cracked concrete. They opened the door and pulled me out, and I was led inside. The place was strange, sterile, with fluorescent lights buzzing overhead and walls painted a dull white that made everything feel cold and impersonal. I was taken through long corridors that smelled faintly of antiseptic and cleaning chemicals. The floors were linoleum, and the whole place had that faint echo you get in hospitals or clinics. I remember hearing the faint hum of machines and muffled footsteps on linoleum. It wasn't a jail or a drunk tank. It felt like a medical facility of some kind. Then people started coming around. They wore white coats or scrubs, the kind nurses and lab techs wear. They moved with purpose and spoke quietly, but since I was so drunk, I couldn't really focus on what they said. I was vaguely aware of them taking blood, lots of blood, more than usual. They'd stick a needle in my arm, and I'd feel the cold sting, then that strange sensation of blood draining out faster and in larger amounts than what you normally expect. It wasn't painful, just weird, and I wasn't scared. I was too out of it to really think about it. After a while, the nurse-looking people led me down another hallway, and things got even stranger. They brought me into a room that looked like a bedroom, but with an institutional vibe. Pale walls, a single bed bolted to the floor, no decorations or personal touches. There was no window that I could see, just a door that closed behind me with a dull thud. Then this big, rough guy, probably some kind of security or bouncer type, showed up. Without warning, he shoved me to the floor, his grip firm and rough. I barely had time to react before he grabbed me, and threw me onto the bed. He pulled out straps, thick, leather-like bands with heavy buckles, and strapped me down. 7 or 8 of them, spread across my chest, arms, legs, everything. I was completely immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The room was pitch black at this point. I couldn't see a thing. The silence was oppressive. I tried to scream or move, but the straps held me tight. I was trapped in that dark, quiet room, completely alone, with nothing to focus on but my own panicked breathing and the pounding in my head from the alcohol. I don't know how long I stayed strapped there. Time blurred together. Eventually, the panic wore me out, and I passed out again. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a completely different place, outside, in some bushes near a Burger King. It was early morning, the air cold and damp. The parking lot was quiet except for the distant hum of cars passing by on the nearby street. I was still disoriented, my head spinning. My body ached from being tossed around and strapped down. I sat up slowly and checked myself. Nothing was missing. My phone was in my pocket, still working. My wallet was there, too, with about $15 in it. I was confused beyond belief. How had I gotten from that warehouse hospital to these bushes? Why was I left here alone, with no explanation? I had no idea what had happened between the hospital and waking up there. My friends later told me they thought I must have been drugged, but I don't remember anything like that. I just knew what I saw and felt, the blood draws, the straps, the black room. It all felt real. I tried to piece it together, replaying every detail over and over in my mind, but the haze of alcohol and the trauma of the experience made it impossible. I couldn't tell if the blood draws were part of some medical experiment, or if the whole thing was just some weird police operation gone wrong. I thought maybe it was a mistake. Maybe the police thought I was someone else, or maybe they were trying to help me and things got out of hand. But the way I was treated, the unmarked car, the warehouse instead of a police station, the amount of blood they took, the way I was strapped down like a prisoner in a dark room, nothing added up. I was just a drunk guy who got picked up for public intoxication, but what I experienced felt like something else entirely. After sitting in those bushes for a while, I finally stood up and walked toward the Burger King. I bought a breakfast, hoping food would help clear my head. As I ate, I watched the city waking up around me, people going about their lives, oblivious to what had happened to me the night before. I never went back to that warehouse. I never found out what was really going on there, or who those people were. The police never called or followed up. It was like the whole thing was erased from existence, except for the memories that still haunted me. To this day, I don't know what happened to me that night. It doesn't make sense. The best I can figure is that I was caught up in something I didn't understand. Maybe some off-the-books operation or a hospital testing something without consent. Whatever it was, I was lucky to wake up with my belongings and walk away. But the feeling of being trapped, strapped down in that dark room, helpless and alone, that's something I'll never forget. It was a reminder of how little control we really have sometimes, and how strange the world can be when you least expect it. Back when I was about 6 or 7, I remember spending Christmas at my aunt's house. It was supposed to be a happy time, but that Christmas turned out to be one of the scariest moments of my life, something I never forgot, even as I grew up. I didn't fully understand everything back then, but bits and pieces came together later when my family told me what really happened that night. My aunt had just divorced her husband, who was a hot-headed guy from Czechoslovakia. He was not a gentle man. He had a temper that could flare up quickly and had started to act dangerously unstable in the weeks leading up to Christmas. We had been hearing about how he kept calling the house, yelling threats, but no one really thought he'd do anything that serious. The police had been called, and restraining orders were in place, but you never really expect something like that to happen right when you're there, safe inside someone's home. My parents and I had recently immigrated to Canada, and since our house wasn't ready yet, we were staying with my aunt for a few days. It was cold outside, the snow thick on the ground, and the smell of Christmas cookies and pine trees filled the air inside the house. My aunt's house was a small 2-story place, a little older but cozy. The living room was decorated with lights and ornaments, and the fireplace was crackling softly, casting a warm glow. I remember the soft hum of Christmas music playing somewhere in the background, and my aunt sitting in the den, knitting quietly. That night, everything changed so fast. I was playing with some toys near the stairs when suddenly my aunt looked up sharply. Her eyes went wide as she stared toward the front door. She saw him, her ex, coming up the walkway, holding a hunting rifle. His face was twisted with anger. I couldn't understand what was happening at first, but I could see fear settle into my aunt's eyes like a cold shadow. She screamed, and my dad reacted immediately. He moved faster than I had ever seen anyone move before. With a strength and speed I hadn't known he had, he locked the front door, then ran to grab me, my aunt, and my mom, ushering us quickly up the stairs. We barely had time to register what was happening as we scrambled up the steps, heartbeats pounding, breaths short and fast. Once we got to the upstairs hallway, we locked ourselves into a room. It was one of those small bedrooms, nothing special, just a place to hide. To keep the door secure, we pushed a heavy dresser against it. My mom was trembling, holding me close. My aunt was whispering prayers under her breath. The room was filled with the sounds of our breathing, fast and shaky, and the muffled noises from downstairs. My dad grabbed a buck knife, the kind hunters carry, sturdy and sharp, and then slipped quietly down the stairs. I stayed in the room with my mom and aunt, my small hands clutching the blankets. From there, everything happened in flashes. I only know the rest of the story because my family told me later, but the sounds that came up from downstairs that night are still clear in my memory. The sharp, angry shouts, the thudding of fists against flesh, and the heavy breathing of someone desperate and furious. The police showed up just in time to break up the fight. My aunt's ex had managed to break down part of the door near where my dad was hiding, and they wrestled in the foyer. I remember hearing the gun drop somewhere during the struggle. It was a loud clatter, and after that, the fight was hand-to-hand, raw and brutal. The noise was terrifying, but my dad's courage was what kept us safe. The screams, the crashing furniture, and the sound of punches filled the house until the police's sirens cut through the night like a lifeline. When the officers stormed in, the fight finally ended. But the scariest part wasn't even over. Later, when the police did a sweep of the house, they found someone else. Hidden in the backyard was my aunt's ex's father, an old man, drunk and hateful. He had been waiting there with a knife, hoping we would run outside in panic, and that he could do harm. The thought of someone lurking just outside, ready to strike, sent a new wave of terror through all of us. After that night, my aunt's ex was arrested and sent to jail, and his father was deported. The restraining order stayed in place for years, but the scars of that night stayed with us longer. My dad never talks about the fight, never says whether he used the knife or not, but his bravery that night was clear. Without him, I don't think any of us would be here telling this story. That night taught me a lot about fear, but also about courage. I learned that sometimes people we think we know can turn into monsters, and that safety isn't always guaranteed. But I also learned that there are moments when bravery, quick thinking, and love for family can be stronger than fear. My dad's actions saved us, and I will always be grateful for the strength he showed when we needed it most. Looking back now, I realize how close we came to losing everything. The cold winter night, the locked door, the heavy dresser barricade. All those little details that seemed normal at the time were the thin lines between safety and disaster. I don't remember feeling much fear then, only a deep sense of confusion and the need to stay quiet and still. But hearing the story from my family later filled in the gaps, and the weight of what happened finally settled in. That Christmas was supposed to be about celebration and joy, but instead, it became a lesson in survival. Even now, whenever I think about that night, I feel a mix of gratitude and sorrow. It wasn't just the danger that scared me. It was knowing how close we were to something terrible. But it was also a reminder of how strong people can be when everything is on the line. And that's the story of the Christmas we almost lost. My mother-in-law was one of those rare people who could light up a room just by walking in. She had this natural humor and warmth that made everyone around her feel comfortable. She and my wife were inseparable, best friends in the truest sense. And when she passed away, it hit us hard. It was just after our son was born, only about 4 months old at the time. The house felt emptier in ways I couldn't even explain. We lived in an old craftsman house in Pasadena, California. The kind of house built in the 1930s, full of character with its wide porch, wooden floors that creaked just right, and windows that let in golden light in the mornings. We loved it there, and even though the house was old, it had a charm that made it feel like home. Our son was about 3 years old by then, running around with all the energy and curiosity only a toddler could have. One evening, I was giving him a bath. I remember it well because it was one of those regular nights where you're just trying to get the kid clean without him turning the whole bathroom into a water park. He was sitting in the tub, splashing and playing, and then suddenly he stopped and started looking over my shoulder. But not at the usual things, like the bath toys or the faucet. He was staring at something behind me. I turned around, expecting to see something, but there was nothing unusual. Then, out of nowhere, he asked me a question that stopped me in my tracks. He said, "Why does Grandma call Mommy a funny name?" I froze for a moment. I thought maybe he was confused, maybe mixing up my mom and his grandmother. So I asked, "What do you mean? Who calls Mommy a funny name?" He looked at me seriously, the way kids do when they're sure of what they're saying, and then said, "Grandma calls Mommy backslash asterisk backslash asterisk backslash asterisk backslash asterisk backslash asterisk backslash starda." It hit me hard. That nickname was something my mother-in-law had only ever used, a special name she gave my wife when she was a baby, something nobody else in the family used. My wife and I never called her that. It was just a private, tender thing between mother and daughter. I asked him, trying to keep my voice steady, "Where did you hear that?" Without hesitation, he said, "The farmer told me." I was confused and a little unnerved. "The farmer?" I repeated. "Who's the farmer?" He answered simply, "His friend." That was all he would say about it, but I was unsettled. How could a 3-year-old know about that nickname, and why would he mention the farmer, out of nowhere? I didn't want to scare myself or my wife, so I just kept it to myself for a while. Later that day, I told my wife. She immediately got emotional, tears filling her eyes. That nickname meant a lot to her. Her mom had always been so close, and hearing that our son had picked it up from somewhere strange was haunting. We both knew there was no way for him to have learned that from anyone else. It was like a piece of her mom was reaching out through him in some way we couldn't explain. The weekend came, and things got even stranger. Our son was playing in his room one afternoon while my wife was at work. I was home, working my usual Monday to Friday schedule, taking care of the house and the little guy. I heard him talking, though not to himself. It sounded like a conversation. He was saying things like yes, no, and I don't know that, followed by a little laugh. It wasn't the usual babbling or pretend talking kids do. It felt like a real back and forth conversation. I walked into his room and asked, "Who are you talking to?" He looked up at me, completely matter of fact, and said, "I'm playing." "Playing with who?" He said, "The farmer." My stomach tightened. I couldn't help but think of those old scary movies, asterisk The Exorcist asterisk Captain Howdy. The kind of things you see that mess with your head. But this was real life, right in front of me. I asked him, "Where's the farmer now?" He shrugged. "He left when you came in." I didn't say anything else at the time, just watched him for a while. My mind was spinning. Who was this farmer? And why was he in my son's life? When my wife came home later, I told her everything. The nickname thing and now this. She was just as disturbed as I was. Neither of us knew what to make of it, but we decided to wait and see if it happened again. Then, a few nights later, we both woke up in the middle of the night to hear our son talking in his room. Quiet, but clear enough to catch what he was saying. "Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore." We exchanged a glance, heartbeats quickening. We got up and went to his room. There he was, sitting up in bed, eyes wide but calm. "Are you okay?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah, Grandma says I can't play with the farmer anymore." After that, he never mentioned the farmer again. Not once. He's 13 now, and if you asked him about it, he wouldn't remember a thing. But we do. We remember how our little boy spoke about that strange friend, about the name that only his grandma ever used, and how those moments seem to bridge the space between past and present in ways we can't explain. We never figured out who the farmer was, or why he appeared in our son's world at that time. But looking back, it felt less like something scary and more like a strange, quiet connection. Something our family carried quietly with us, a reminder of the bonds between the living and those we've lost. That night sticks with me, even years later. I've told the story before, but it still creeps me the EFF out every time I think about it. It wasn't something wild or supernatural, no ghosts or fairy tale nonsense. Just something deeply unsettling that made every part of me want to bolt out of that room and never look back. My bedroom was pretty normal, but it had this weird little layout that made one part of the room permanently dark. Across from my bed, there was a small alcove, a little recessed section right next to the closet. The closet wasn't flush with the wall. It stuck out just enough so that it blocked the ceiling light from reaching that alcove. When the room was dark, it was completely swallowed by shadow. Not the kind you can see moving or shifting, just a patch of total blackness that no light touched. It always gave me a weird vibe, but I never thought much of it until that night. I was in my 4th year of high school, so I was around 17 or 18. I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, but I just couldn't. You know that feeling when you're lying there with your eyes shut, but you're still wide awake, and it feels like someone's staring at you? Like you can feel eyes burning into the back of your head, but when you open your eyes, no one's there? That's exactly how I felt. It was that horrible feeling where the stare isn't neutral or curious. It's full of something darker, something with bad intentions. It felt alive and heavy, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I tried to ignore it. I turned on my side, buried my face in my pillow, tried to count backwards, anything to get my brain to stop. But that feeling only got stronger, heavier. I could tell it wasn't my imagination anymore. Slowly, hesitantly, I cracked open my eyes. They adjusted to the darkness, and immediately I was drawn to that alcove. At first, I just saw the usual black, but then my eyes caught something, a hazy, darker outline lurking there. It wasn't sharp or clear, just a smudged shadow that blended into the black, but different somehow. Like the black was thicker there. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a chill ran down my spine. I wanted to convince myself it was nothing, just a trick of the eye, or my tired brain playing games. I shut my eyes again, hoping the feeling would pass. But it didn't. I opened them again. The outline had shifted. It was now right beside my bed, bent over me, staring straight down. I swear I could feel its eyes piercing into my skin, heavy and malevolent. My heart nearly exploded. Every instinct in me screamed to run, but my body was frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and threw them over my head, as if hiding would keep me safe. I tried to slow my breathing, tried to remind myself there was nothing there, but my tears started coming anyway. I cried myself to sleep, exhausted by fear. That wasn't the only weird thing about that night, either. Doors in the house started slamming shut, doors that weren't supposed to close by themselves. No wind to blame, no one else home, and nothing upstairs to fall or bang around. I remember hearing the sharp, sudden noise of a door slamming shut and jumping up to check. But when I went to look, every door was wide open again. It didn't make sense. It still doesn't. The next morning, when the sunlight finally filled the room, the alcove looked just like it always had, empty and innocent. The closet door was closed, just like normal. I tried to convince myself it was just a bad dream or some leftover stress from school. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. Something that wasn't friendly. Something very real. Over the following days, I noticed the same feeling whenever I lay in that bed after dark. That sense of being watched from the shadowed corner. I tried moving furniture around, changing the layout, even leaving the closet door wide open to let some light spill into that corner, but nothing helped. The darkness stayed there, heavy and solid, and sometimes I thought I saw that vague outline again, lurking quietly in the corner of my vision. Eventually, I started sleeping in the living room more often. I told myself it was just teenage nerves or my imagination running wild, but I wasn't fooling myself. The fear was real. It wasn't until I moved out for college that I finally escaped that room. I never wanted to go back. Even now, thinking about that dark alcove and the way that shadow leaned over me still sends shivers through my body. It's the kind of fear that doesn't go away because it wasn't about monsters or ghosts. It was about something very human and very real. The feeling of pure, unexplainable danger hiding in the darkest corner of a place you thought was safe. I never figured out what it was or why it happened. I don't know if it was some trick of the mind or a weird play of light and shadow, or maybe just the brain trying to make sense of something it couldn't. But whatever it was, I'll never forget that night. And I'll never forget how powerless I felt lying there, eyes wide open, staring back at something I couldn't understand and didn't want to. It was a cold night when I found myself back at the old house where I grew up. The place has always held a certain weight. It's a big, sturdy house, built in 1856, standing quietly on the edge of a small town. The walls are thick, the floors creak, and the wood smells old but clean, like it's been soaked in 100 years of memories. The kind of house that holds the past in every corner, whether you want it to or not. It's the kind of place that feels alive even when it's quiet. That night, it felt alive in a way I hadn't expected. I was home from college for a few days. My parents still lived there, and my sister was around too, but they were all asleep or elsewhere that night. I was the only one awake, sitting in the living room, watching TV. The living room shares a wall with the dining room, and the dining room has this giant old window that faces the front porch. The porch itself is long, wrapping all the way from the front of the house around to the kitchen door on the side. The window lets in a lot of light during the day, but at night it's just a black glass mirror that sometimes catches reflections, making things look strange. I was half watching a late-night show, scrolling through my phone now and then, when I heard it. A small clicking noise. It was faint, like the soft knock of shoes on wood or the tap of a fingernail against glass. It came from the direction of the dining room window. I froze and slowly turned my eyes to look. Standing right outside that big window was the silhouette of a man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and wearing what looked like a thick flannel shirt or maybe a heavy coat. On his head was a baseball cap that cast a shadow over his face. I couldn't see any details, just the dark outline against the porch light behind him. He was just standing there, motionless, staring into the house, right into the dining room window. My heart slammed in my chest so hard I thought it might burst. I felt a cold wave roll through me, but I didn't move. My mind screamed at me to run, to shout, to do anything, but I stayed still. If he knew I saw him, if he saw me looking, I didn't want him to know I was afraid. I didn't want to give him any indication I was aware he was there. I watched him for what felt like a long time. The porch light behind him flickered slightly from the street lamp, casting the shadow bigger and smaller, changing the outline of the man, making him seem even more unreal. But he didn't move. No sudden turns, no shifts in weight. Just standing, watching. It was like he was waiting, or maybe deciding something. I slowly got up from the couch, careful not to make a sound. I walked quietly to the stairs, just as the man's silhouette shifted slightly, like he was about to move away. That's when I sprinted. I didn't look back. My feet pounded up the stairs, heart racing so fast I thought it might rip through my ribs. I locked myself in my room and grabbed my .35 caliber Marlin 336C rifle, the one my uncle had given me. It wasn't fancy or new, but it was solid and it was mine. I also took my uncle's combat knife, a heavy blade he'd used back in Vietnam, the handle worn smooth from years of use. The house felt darker when I came back downstairs. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak louder. I threw on every light I could find, flooding the rooms with harsh white. Then, holding the rifle tight, I slipped out the kitchen door, my footsteps echoing on the wooden porch. The night air was sharp and cold, biting at my face. I stood there, the rifle cocked and ready. I spoke clearly, my voice steady even though I was shaking inside. I have a gun. Come out and I won't shoot you. 2 steps. Just 2 quiet footsteps on the wooden porch. I whipped around toward the front porch light, ready for anything. But the steps stopped. No movement. No figure. Nothing but empty porch, leaves rustling in the slight breeze. I called out again, louder this time, but all I got was the sound of my own voice and the soft cracking of branches in the yard. I stayed out there for a long time, scanning every shadow, every tree line. But the man was gone. The house felt different after that. The feeling of being watched never left, and I was jumpy every time I heard a noise. I spent the next hour walking around the whole 2.5 acres of the property, rifle in hand, eyes peeled for anything. I checked behind bushes, around the garden, near the garage, every place someone could hide, but I never found a trace of him. No footprints in the dirt, no disturbed grass, no sign he'd ever been there except for those 2 footsteps on the porch. I didn't sleep that whole week. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the silhouette standing at the window, quiet and still waiting. I wondered if he was watching the house all night, or if he'd been there before I got back from college. I kept thinking about what he wanted, why he didn't move forward, and why he vanished so quickly. The police never found any evidence when I told them, but I know what I saw. That old house, with its creaking floors and giant windows, still holds its secrets. And I'll never forget the night when something, or someone, was standing right outside, watching, waiting, and disappearing into the darkness like a shadow that doesn't belong anywhere. The basement light blew out one regular afternoon while I was doing laundry. It was just another ordinary chore, something I did often enough not to think much about it. The kind of thing you do while your mind drifts elsewhere, thinking about what you'd have for dinner, or that one thing you forgot to finish earlier in the day. But that day turned out to be different. Our basement was set up in a way that split the space into two sections. The laundry room was on one side with the washer and dryer, shelves stacked with detergent, fabric softener, cleaning supplies, and an old wooden table where I sometimes folded clothes. The other side was separated by a wall and a heavy wooden door. You couldn't get upstairs directly from the laundry side. You had to go through the other half of the basement first. That part was mainly for storage. Old boxes, some tools, a workbench, a few holiday decorations stuffed in plastic bins, and some random junk that never seemed to find a better place. It was the kind of space that was already a little dark, even with the lights on. When the light on that side blew out, it plunged the whole area into darkness. The light that went out wasn't the one in the laundry room itself. That was still working fine, bright and buzzing as usual. It was the only light on the other side, the side I needed to cross to get upstairs after finishing laundry. When it blew, the whole space on that side turned pitch black, except for the faint spill of light from the laundry room behind me. I was halfway through washing and drying clothes when the bulb popped and went out with a soft pop and flicker. The sudden darkness on the other side made the basement feel colder, like the shadow was pulling the warmth right out of the air. I kept my back to the door leading to the other side, trying not to think about having to walk through that dark room once the laundry was done. I finished the laundry as quickly as I could, folding clothes on the wooden table with the one light on. My heart started beating a little faster as I put the last sock in the dryer, dreading the walk ahead. The basement always had a weird atmosphere. Nothing supernatural or anything, just the kind of place where old smells mixed together. Damp concrete, musty cardboard boxes, the faint trace of mildew in the corners, and the sharp scent of cleaning chemicals. When it was dark, that mix got heavier, and everything felt a little more oppressive. I could hear the hum of the washer and dryer, the faint drip of a leaky pipe somewhere in the walls, and my own breathing. I kept glancing toward the closed door on the other side, knowing I had to pass through. The door creaked a little as I opened it, stepping into the other side of the basement. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. I could only see the vague outlines of the shelves, the boxes, the workbench. The cold concrete floor was rough under my shoes, and I could hear the distant sound of water dripping again, slower now. The basement always had that sound, but in the dark, it sounded sharper, like something waiting just beyond the edge of my vision. I moved carefully, putting one foot in front of the other, trying to get through as fast as possible. The stairs were just past the middle of the room, and I only needed to cross that space. As I walked, my ears caught the faint scrape of something behind me, and my heart skipped. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind rattling a loose board, or an old mouse scurrying through the boxes. I kept my eyes on the stairs, not looking back. Then suddenly, from right behind me, came a loud cackle. It was the kind of sound people make when they try to imitate a witch's laugh, the high-pitched, crackling, weirdly sharp cackle you might hear in old cartoons or Halloween movies. But this wasn't anything like that. It was raw and raspy, like someone who'd been smoking for decades. Their voice cracked and deep, with a harsh edge like gravel scraping wood. The cackle was clear as day, right behind me in the dark. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The sound wasn't just close, it was right behind me, like it had been waiting there in the dark all along, and it was laughing directly at me. I didn't dare turn around. Every instinct screamed to run, but I forced my legs to move, bolting toward the stairs as fast as I could without tripping in the dark. I reached the stairs, hands trembling as I grabbed the railing and hurried up. My ears still echoed with that awful laugh. I slammed the basement door behind me, flicking on the light in the hallway, and stood there, heart pounding, sweat prickling on my skin. The house felt normal again, quiet except for the usual sounds of a peaceful afternoon. I waited until my dad got home. I didn't want to be alone in the basement that night, not with that sound still ringing in my ears. When he came, I asked him to change the bulb on the other side of the basement, saying the light went out earlier. He didn't question it much. He just took the ladder and swapped the bulb quickly. The basement lit up like usual, bright and clean. The weird shadow was gone. I never heard that cackle again. I never told anyone else in the house about it, not even my parents or my siblings. It felt too strange, too personal to explain. Maybe it was just some weird echo or the sound of an animal trapped in the basement walls, but it stuck with me. Every time I go down there now, I make sure all the lights work before I walk through the basement. And if a bulb ever pops again, I'll wait until someone else changes it. I'm not taking that walk alone in the dark ever again. I was laying in bed at my girlfriend's place, the kind of morning where the world feels heavy and your head pounds with every breath. The hangover was a reminder of the night before. Too many drinks, bad decisions, the usual mess. She and her roommates had already left for class, so the apartment was quiet except for the faint sounds of city life beyond the windows. I wasn't expected to do much today, just chill and try to let the headache fade away. The bedroom was on the second floor, a modest room with pale walls, a couple of posters taped up near the ceiling, and a window looking out onto the street below. The sunlight spilled through the blinds in thin lines, casting shadows across the rumpled sheets where I lay half-conscious. My shirt was tossed somewhere on the floor, and I was down to my boxers, the cool air making my skin tingle in the warmth of the sun. The only other living things inside were the dogs, the tiny Pomeranian belonging to my girlfriend, and the Chihuahua that her cousin shared with her boyfriend. They were usually quiet little things, but suddenly, from somewhere down the hall, I heard them go completely nuts. Sharp yelps, panic barking, claws scraping on the hardwood. It wasn't their normal playful noise. This was frantic, desperate, like they were warning something or someone. My head shot up. The pounding in my skull didn't matter anymore. I sat up and strained to listen. It wasn't just one dog barking. It was both of them, loud and frantic. It made my stomach twist in a way I didn't like. Something was off. I shoved the covers back and swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet landing on the cold floor. The hallway was just outside the bedroom door. I opened it cautiously, the floorboards creaking softly under my weight. The hallway was narrow, dimmer than the room, with the usual clutter of shoes and bags pushed against the walls. That's when I saw them. Two guys, maybe early 20s, both dressed in dark hoodies with their faces partially covered by the shadows. They were crouched near the doorway at the other end of the hallway, and each was holding down one of the dogs. The Pomeranian was wriggling violently, yelping, trying to bite, while the Chihuahua was trembling but quiet. Both dogs looked terrified. My heart hammered hard. For a second, confusion hit me. Maybe they were friends of hers? But something didn't add up. These guys weren't acting like they belonged here. There was an edge of something hostile about them. I could see the tension in their bodies, the way they clutched the dogs, trying to silence them. It wasn't friendly. Without thinking too much, I said, "What's up?" The words came out rough, harsher than I intended. I was irritated, hungover, and suddenly very alert. I didn't want to show weakness. I wanted to assert myself. Almost instantly, those two dudes sprang up and bolted. No hesitation. One of them darted toward the front door. The other scrambled in the opposite direction, probably toward the back exit, or maybe a window. They were fast, but they weren't trained athletes, just desperate to get out. I took a step back and slammed the bedroom door shut behind me, heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. My breath was shaky but steady. I locked the door just in case, my hands trembling slightly. For a long moment, I stood there in the middle of the room, trying to process what just happened. Burglars. Actual criminals breaking into the place. What if they had weapons? What if they'd been looking for something specific? What if I'd confronted them, and it got ugly? I looked toward the window, cautious. The Pomeranian was already outside, trotting casually down the sidewalk like nothing had happened. It seemed almost impossible that the dogs were okay. But then, where was the Chihuahua? The one being held down looked smaller and quieter, but now it was nowhere in sight. I tried to steady myself and remember everything. I had to check the house, make sure it was secure. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, but there was no signal. Typical old apartment block. Slowly, I opened the door and crept down the hallway. My heart was in my throat. I moved room to room, checking behind doors, looking under furniture. Nothing looked disturbed except for a few knocked-over shoes near the entrance, probably where one of the guys stumbled while escaping. The front door was still closed but unlocked. I locked it quickly, then moved to the back door. It was slightly ajar, maybe left open to let in fresh air, or from one of the roommates coming in earlier. Whoever the burglars were, they had slipped out through this gap. I could see the faint impression of footprints in the dirt outside, but it was hard to tell much. I looked back around the house again, then out the window at the neighbors' yards. I spotted a few people outside, some waving their arms. One neighbor had the Pomeranians safely in their arms. After a few minutes, my girlfriend's cousin and her boyfriend showed up. They'd been at class, but got a call from the neighbors who had found the Chihuahua wandering nearby. They brought the dog home, unharmed but obviously shaken. The relief was slow to set in. I kept thinking about how close it all had been. What if I'd walked out and they'd pulled a knife or a gun? What if they'd attacked the dogs or tried to hurt someone else in the house? The rest of the day passed in a blur. Police came by, took statements, and checked the place for fingerprints. Nothing was stolen, which was strange. Maybe the burglars got spooked by the noise the dogs made and took off empty-handed. Later, my girlfriend texted me, thanking me for being there, for handling it even if I didn't feel like a hero. I told her I was just glad everyone was okay. The dogs were safe. That was all that mattered. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining what could have happened, how easily things could have gone wrong. But I also felt a strange kind of calm. I'd faced something dangerous without freezing. I'd protected what mattered, even if it was just a couple of little dogs and a borrowed bedroom. It wasn't a fairy tale. No ghosts or monsters, just two guys who made a bad choice, and me caught in the middle, figuring out how to stay safe and keep the people I cared about safe too. The dogs recovered quickly, back to their usual barking and chasing each other around the apartment. The cousin and roommates installed new locks and a security system the next week. I started paying more attention when I stayed over, checking doors and windows even when it seemed pointless. That day taught me something important. You never know when normal will turn into a moment where you have to act. And sometimes that's enough. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, my sister, who was 7 years older, would babysit me whenever our parents were out. She was in her mid-teens then, tough in her own way, but still a teenager dealing with her own stuff. One of those things was smoking. She smoked a lot, which wasn't exactly great, but my parents insisted she only do it outside. So every time she went out to have a smoke, I'd follow her to the carport. The carport was attached to the side of the house, facing the street. It was just a simple concrete slab with the roof overhead, open on the sides, and that's where she'd stand or sit, cigarette in hand. I'd hang around with her, sometimes annoying her, sometimes just playing around with whatever toys or stuff I brought out. It was on one of those afternoons, maybe late summer or early fall, that things started to feel off. That day, while my sister was smoking, she suddenly noticed a car sitting at the end of the driveway. It was a white SUV, one of those mid-90s models, something like a Bravada, I think. It had a bike rack on top, but what stood out the most was the windows. They were tinted so dark you couldn't see a thing inside from the street. It just sat there, silent and still, at the end of our driveway. Not blocking anything, just parked in the road facing our house. At first, my sister barely reacted. She was used to living in a neighborhood where you saw all kinds of cars and people. But this one felt different. It didn't move or make a sound for a long time. Eventually, she went back inside the house, and the car stayed. Later, it would drive to the end of the road, stop at the church parking lot a little further down, and wait there until my sister stepped out for another smoke. Then it would roll back, sit at the end of the driveway, and wait some more. This cycle repeated every time she went outside. I remember watching from the front window if I didn't go out. The SUV was always there, parked and watching. The driver was never visible because of those dark windows. No headlights, no movement except the slow roll back and forth. It felt like someone was watching us, specifically her. My sister wasn't one to get scared easily. She was the kind who stood up to people and situations without backing down. But even she started to feel uneasy. She told my dad, who was a sheriff's deputy back then, about the car. Dad took it seriously and called the police to report the strange vehicle. The cops came out, checked around, but when they looked for the SUV, it had disappeared. There was no sign of it anywhere near our house. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The SUV was gone, and things seemed normal again. Then, after about 9 months, just when we thought it was over, the SUV returned. It came back like clockwork, showing up at the same times, sitting at the end of the driveway, waiting and watching. It became a regular thing again. My sister kept smoking outside, and every time, the SUV was there. The tension grew. One day, when it was just me and her at home, and she went out for a smoke, the SUV pulled up like usual. She looked at me and told me to stay in the carport, not to follow her. Then she walked toward the SUV, but about halfway down the driveway, she stopped. Later, she described the feeling as pure terror. It was like something deep inside her screamed at her to turn back, that if she kept going, she wouldn't come back. She froze, unable to move, frozen in fear. She didn't know what exactly made her feel that way, but it was so strong she had to turn and go inside. That night, we all stayed home because the family car was in the shop. Our parents were there, but because the car was out, we had to order delivery for dinner and stuff. My sister went outside for a smoke, and the SUV showed up again. This time, she told me to run inside and get my dad. I did as I was told. Dad grabbed his gun. He wasn't waving it around or pointing it, just holding it in hand, and walked quickly down the driveway toward where the SUV was parked. The SUV saw him and immediately floored it, speeding off down the road. It peeled out onto the highway nearby, tires screeching, leaving a cloud of dust and gravel behind. Dad took note of the year and model of the SUV, its distinguishing features, and something that chilled him. The license plate had been covered completely in duct tape. There was no way to identify it. We never saw that SUV again. My sister shrugged it off like it was just some weird thing that happened. But for me, it was one of those memories that stuck with me. It was real. It was scary. And it was a reminder that sometimes danger doesn't announce itself. Sometimes it just watches, waiting for the right moment. The weird part is how quiet everything was afterward. No follow-ups, no sign of the driver, no attempts to reach out or confront us again. The whole thing ended as suddenly as it began. But it never really left us feeling safe the same way again. Even now, years later, when I pass that old neighborhood or drive down that street, I can't help but glance at the end of the driveway and wonder who was in that SUV and what they wanted from us. I was sitting in my room on the second floor after getting off work, feeling the kind of tired that seeps into your bones. The day had been long, filled with the usual grind, and all I wanted was to relax for a bit before dinner. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the ceiling fan, moving slow and steady. Outside my door, the hallway was dimly lit by the small night light in the stairwell, casting long shadows that stretched down the hall. My little brother was downstairs, somewhere in the living room, probably glued to the TV as usual. I could hear the low murmur of the show he was watching, nothing too loud, just background noise. The dog, our old lab mix, was lying in the hallway right outside my door, curled up and asleep, her breathing deep and even. She was a calm dog most of the time, mellow, and a great comfort after a long day. I was scrolling through my phone, half paying attention to whatever was on it, when suddenly, the dog's quiet breathing shifted. It was subtle at first, almost like a twitch, but then she started to grow restless. I looked up just in time to see her jump up from her spot, claws clicking on the hardwood floor. She began barking, a sharp, frantic sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight. Then came the howling, low and mournful, like she was warning us of something nearby. It wasn't like her at all. I could hear her nails clacking as she circled around, eyes locked on the far end of the hallway, just beyond where the shadows pooled darkest. The sudden noise pulled me from my seat. I stood and was about to ask my little brother what was going on when I heard the voice. It was soft, calm, almost gentle. "Ah, that's a good girl." The voice was male, and it didn't sound like my brother. My heart skipped a beat. For a moment, I froze, unsure whether I'd really heard it, or if it was some trick of my tired mind. Then, still thinking it might be my dad's friend or our roommate who had come home early, I called out, "Oh, you're home early," and pushed open the door. But when I stepped out, the hallway was empty. There was no one there. Only the dog, sitting on her haunches, tail wagging slowly, staring fixedly at the far end of the hall where the light faded into shadows. I squinted, trying to see past the darkness, but there was no sign of anyone. The quiet hum of the house resumed, the TV sound still faint downstairs, and the only thing moving was the dog's tail, wagging like she was happy or expecting something. A few seconds later, my little brother came up the stairs, looking annoyed. He scolded me for getting the dog riled up. He said he'd heard the same voice downstairs and thought it was me or our roommate playing a joke. We looked at each other, both confused, neither of us sure what was going on. We decided to check the house, just to be sure. I grabbed my butterfly knife from my nightstand drawer, something I kept close for emergencies, and my brother took his BB gun. We started at the front door and moved methodically through each room. Every door was locked, every window closed and secured. The backyard gate was latched tight. There was no way anyone could have slipped in unnoticed. We searched the basement, the kitchen, even the garage. The dog followed us, now calm but alert, sniffing here and there. No signs of anyone else were found. After a thorough sweep, we stood in the hallway again, the dog settling back down on the floor as if nothing had happened. Still, the whole thing gave me chills. I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd come face to face with something unknown, something real and unsettling. Even now, I remember every detail: the dog's sudden panic, the voice that didn't belong, the empty hallway, the cold quiet of the house afterward. I don't know who said those words or why, but it was definitely a man's voice. And it wasn't someone we knew. It was a moment when the world felt off balance, when something unseen brushed past the edges of our everyday life and left me wondering how well I really knew my own home. I grew up in apartment complexes. My mom was a property manager most of my life, so we moved around a lot, always to places she worked. Rent was discounted, sometimes free, and we'd bounce between different neighborhoods depending on where she got placed. It wasn't a glamorous way to live, but it was normal for me. I knew the sound of every kind of tenant, every excuse for late rent, every busted pipe and broken lock. I knew how the water heaters sounded when they kicked on and how the floorboards creaked differently depending on the layout. And I knew when something felt off. I was maybe 10 or 11 the first time something happened that stuck with me. It was the day before Halloween, and I was sitting on the carpeted floor of our 2-bedroom apartment while my mom stood in the kitchen, stirring chili on the stove. It smelled like tomatoes and cumin and onions. My sister was lying on the couch, flipping through a magazine, and I was playing with a flashlight, clicking it on and off, watching the shadow on the wall move when I flicked it. The TV was on but muted. Mom started telling a story. She liked to scare us around Halloween, not with anything too bad, just spooky stories she claimed she heard from residents or co-workers. This one was different though. She said a woman and her 2 sons had lived in the apartment right above ours, and one night, the woman had a mental break. She didn't give us all the details, just that something terrible happened, something involving pills and a gas oven and silence. She said the place was sealed up for weeks. The apartment had been vacant ever since. No one wanted to live there. She told us that late at night, sometimes you could hear the sound of little feet running across the hardwood floors upstairs, back and forth, like the kids were still playing, laughing and sprinting, even though no one lived there anymore. I didn't believe in ghosts. Not really. I like scary stuff, sure. But most of it felt like a game. Things to laugh at when the lights were on and the door was locked. But just as she said that, literally while the words were still hanging in the air, we all heard it. Running, clear as day. 2 sets of footsteps, light and fast. Just above us, moving from one end of the ceiling to the other. No stomping, just quick, soft steps, padding across the floor like excited children playing tag. My mom froze. It's the look she had that I remember most. Not fear like she wanted to scare us. Actual fear. Real, mouth slightly open, eyebrows drawn fear. She wasn't playing. She didn't say anything, just wiped her hands on a towel and grabbed the cordless phone from the counter. I remember the way she held it to her ear with both hands like she didn't want to drop it. She called the on-site patrol officer and one of the maintenance guys who lived in one of the lower units. She told them to meet her at the empty apartment upstairs. I was told to stay inside. I didn't. I followed her up the concrete steps and stood by the railing while she met the officer and maintenance guy at the door. The hallway light was dim, flickering a little. I could hear keys jingling and the sound of her voice talking low, almost whispering. Then the door creaked open. They went inside. Silence for a few seconds. Then the sound of voices talking fast. I couldn't hear what they were saying, just enough to know something was happening. My mom came back out a minute later, face pale. She didn't even look at me. Just said, "Go back downstairs and lock the door." Later, I found out what they'd discovered. A homeless woman had slipped in through one of the back windows, an older one with a warped frame that didn't seal right. She'd been living in the apartment with her 2 kids. For how long, no one knew. Long enough to rearrange things. There were piles of blankets, empty food containers, makeshift beds in the closets. The bathroom mirror was wiped clean like someone had used it recently, and they'd taped a bedsheet over the living room window so no one could see in from outside. She didn't mean harm, apparently. Just needed somewhere safe to stay. But it shook my mom. She didn't tell ghost stories after that. Something about saying something out loud and then hearing it, almost like calling it forward, it messed with her. Like she'd invited something. Even if it turned out to be real people, not ghosts, it still rattled her. For a while, she kept a broomstick wedged in our back sliding door and put bells on the front knob. But things moved on. Years passed. We ended up living in a different complex, another place she managed, this one a little bigger, a little older. I was in high school by then, old enough to drive, old enough to understand more than I had back then. It was a summer afternoon when the second thing happened. It was hot, the kind of heat where everything feels like it's buzzing. The cicadas were out, and the breeze was stale and slow, barely moving the dead leaves on the sidewalk. My mom was doing her usual walkthroughs, checking vacant units to see if they needed work before being rented out. Normally, a maintenance tech would go with her, but none were working that day. Someone had called in sick, and the rest had their hands full. So I offered to help. I didn't mind. She carried a clipboard and a ring of keys, and we went from door to door, unlocking, walking through, flipping light switches, checking sinks and appliances, making notes. Most units were quiet, dusty but fine. Some smelled like paint or stale air. Some still had the faint scent of the previous tenants, perfume, dog, old food. We went through maybe 5 units without anything unusual. Then we got to the last one. It was on the far end of the building, ground floor. My mom slid the key in, turned it, and the door creaked open on its own. Didn't even need the knob. It just drifted open with a dry, heavy sound. I thought maybe someone had left it unlocked, but then we saw the lock was broken, completely busted. Like someone had taken a screwdriver to it or kicked it in and then tried to patch it poorly. The wood around the deadbolt was splintered, the latch dangling loose. I didn't think much of it. Figured maybe kids had been messing around. We did break-ins before, nothing major, just kids drinking in empty units or tagging the walls. I walked in first. The place was mostly empty. Beige carpet, blinds half closed, the air stale but not too bad. No furniture. No sign of recent use. I stood in the living room, looking out the big front window, while my mom went down the hall to check the master bedroom. I was zoning out, watching the trees sway slightly in the heat, when I heard her scream. Not a yell, a scream. A sharp, raw, high-pitched sound that cut right through the walls and stopped everything in me cold. I turned and sprinted down the hall without thinking, heart already pounding, legs tight with adrenaline. Her voice again, saying something, but I couldn't hear it clearly over the thudding in my chest. I reached the bedroom and stopped. The closet door was open. Inside, crouched against the wall, was a girl, maybe late teens. Pale like she hadn't seen daylight in weeks. Hair matted, half naked, wearing only a ripped tank top and underwear. Her knees were drawn to her chest, and her fingernails were dug into the drywall, deep, long, jagged grooves scratched into the surface like she'd been clawing at it. Her eyes were wide, not blinking, not even really looking at us, just empty. My mom's back was against the wall, breathing fast, one hand outstretched like she didn't know whether to move closer or stay put. She looked at me and said one word. Help. I turned and ran. I didn't stop to think. I just ran straight out of the apartment, across the grass, back to the main office to get the security guard who patrolled the complex. I burst in, nearly out of breath, told him something was wrong, and he followed me immediately, radio already clipped to his vest, one hand hovering near the holster on his hip. We were halfway back to the unit when I saw him. A man, coming out of the apartment. Not running, but walking fast. Tall, maybe 6 feet 3 inches. Shirtless, jeans hanging low on his hips, no shoes. His face was narrow, eyes sunken, hair greasy and wild. He looked right at me as he stepped out and took off across the grass. I didn't think. I chased him. I don't know what I thought I'd do if I caught him, but I ran. Hard. My shoes slapping the pavement, arms pumping, lungs burning. I chased him through the parking lot, past the dumpsters, down the side of the complex toward the maintenance sheds. He was fast, way faster than I thought he'd be. But I kept close, maybe 20 feet behind. Then he cut through a hole in the back fence. Gone. I stopped, doubled over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. My whole body was shaking. By the time I got back, the girl had been moved out of the apartment. Paramedics were there. My mom was sitting on the curb, head in her hands. The security guard had called the police. They interviewed both of us, asked what we saw, what time we got there, whether we recognized him. We didn't. Later, I found out that the girl had been missing for several days. No one knew exactly how long. Her family had filed a report, but she'd vanished without a trace. The guy had apparently taken her and kept her hidden in that apartment. The busted lock, the quiet, it all made sense after. He must have been hiding in the kitchen when I was standing right next to it. When I was looking out the window, he was maybe 10 feet away. We walked in while it was happening, while he was hurting her. If we'd been 2 minutes later, who knows what we would have found. I didn't sleep much after that. Every creak of the walls felt like something crawling. Every bump in the night made my muscles tense. My mom changed the locks on every door in our apartment. She started carrying pepper spray everywhere and refused to do solo walk-throughs again. I stopped brushing off broken locks or busted doors. I started looking at things differently. Not everything is a prank. Not everything is harmless. Sometimes, the worst things are hiding right in the open, waiting for you to step too close. That was the last. My aunt was always the kind of person who liked order. She loved science, and I mean genuinely loved it, down to the tiniest detail. The way leaves changed color, the reason fossils formed, how different kinds of rocks told stories about the land. Everything had a reason, a cause and effect. No room for magic or superstition, just facts. She was a middle school science teacher for most of her life, and even when she retired, you could tell she still thought like a teacher. Very methodical, very structured. She liked understanding things. It gave her comfort. During her years teaching, she took part in a lot of summer workshops, usually through the school district. They were set up to give teachers hands-on experience with the subjects they taught. Some were local, like spending a few weeks at a nature preserve, and some were more out there. The one she always talks about, the one that still messes with her head to this day, was one set in New Mexico. It was supposed to be a geology-focused workshop. They were going to study rock formations, erosion patterns, that kind of thing. There was a big focus on desert geography, which she was really excited about since it was different from the Midwest terrain she was used to. She flew out with a group of other teachers from across the country. It wasn't a huge group, maybe 7 or 8 people total. They stayed in a small hotel just outside Roswell. Nothing fancy, just clean rooms and a decent breakfast, which was all they really needed. Every day, they'd carpool in 2 rental vans out to the site, which was about an hour away from the hotel, maybe a bit less. The road was mostly straight, cutting through flat land that seemed to stretch out forever. No cities or major highways nearby, just old roads and endless desert. The trip started off like any other. Early mornings, long days under the sun, collecting samples, taking notes, snapping pictures of the landscape. It was dry, hot, but quiet in a way she really liked. She said the desert had this silence that was thick, like sound couldn't travel the same way it did back home. Everything felt slower, stretched out, and distant. At night, they'd return to the hotel and sit in the small lobby to talk, go over notes, or just unwind. A few of them liked to have a drink or two, but my aunt wasn't one of them. She'd usually just have some iced tea or a soda and write in her journal. On the night this happened, they had stayed later than usual. There was some kind of delay with one of the site coordinators, so they didn't leave until well after 11. By the time they were packed into the vans and heading back, it was pushing midnight. It had been a long day. Everyone was tired. A few people even dozed off in the back. The plan was simple. They'd take the same route back to the hotel that they'd taken in the morning. There were very few turns, and it was all back roads, mostly flat, open terrain with the occasional fence line or telephone pole breaking up the scenery. The desert at night looked completely different than it did in the day. No more heat shimmering in the distance or long shadows stretching off the rocks. Just blackness. The kind that eats the headlights and makes it feel like you're driving into nothing. You couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the edge of the road. Even the sky felt lower, darker, and emptier than usual. They were in the lead van. My aunt wasn't driving, but she was in the front passenger seat, which gave her a clear view of the road. Everyone else was nodding off or quiet in the back. About 20 minutes into the drive, they came to a four-way stop. Nothing unusual, just a lonely intersection marked by a rusty stop sign and an old, rundown convenience store that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. One of those places with a single flickering light above the door and a sagging soda machine out front. Earlier that day, they'd passed the same store on the way out to the site, so it made sense that they'd see it again now. They came to a stop, looked around out of habit, though there was no other traffic, and went straight through the intersection. 10 minutes later, the same store appeared on the right side of the road again. My aunt noticed it immediately. The faded Pepsi sign, the broken windows, the exact same tilt to the porch roof. She thought maybe it was just a similar-looking store. A coincidence. Desert architecture had a certain look to it, especially in these forgotten areas. But it didn't feel right. There were too many details that matched. The worn-down gas pump that didn't look functional anymore. The crushed beer can near the mailbox. Even the same slouching red pickup truck parked off to the side, caked in dust and clearly not drivable. Nobody else seemed to notice at first, or maybe they were too tired to care. But after another 10 minutes of driving and seeing the store again, the mood in the van shifted. The driver made a joke about déjà vu, trying to lighten the mood. Everyone gave a tired laugh. It was late. They were exhausted. Maybe they'd just misjudged the road. My aunt didn't say anything yet, but she started feeling uneasy. She kept looking at the dashboard clock and watching the road signs, or lack of them. The desert didn't give you much to track distance with. No mile markers, no gas stations, no houses. Just the road and your own memory. When the store showed up a third time, no one laughed. The driver slowed down a bit, and my aunt could feel the tension. She could see it on his face, the way he leaned forward slightly, scanning the road like he was trying to catch a trick. Someone in the back asked if they'd taken a wrong turn, and he just said, "I don't think so." At the intersection again, they decided to turn right. The thinking was, maybe the straight path was a loop. Maybe the road curved back around in a wide arc without them realizing it. It was a possibility. Desert roads can be strange like that. The land all looks the same, and if you don't have landmarks, it's easy to lose your orientation. So they turned right. The road was narrower, bumpier, less maintained. No street lights, no reflective paint on the asphalt. The van rattled as they drove. 10 minutes later, the store appeared again. This time it hit harder. There was no denying it now. Same sagging roof, same red truck, same broken light over the door. My aunt said it was the stillness of the place that really got to her. It never changed. The store looked abandoned, but not in the way things fall apart naturally. More like it was frozen in time. Every crushed soda can, every piece of trash, every detail was exactly the same, like it had been copied and pasted into place. The longer she stared, the more unreal it felt. But she knew it was real. It had to be. They tried going left at the intersection next, and then back again in the other direction. Every route led them back to the same place. The store was always there, always at the same angle, always lit by that same weak yellow bulb above the door. No other cars ever passed them. No animals. No sound besides the tires on the road and the occasional ping from the van cooling off when they stopped. My aunt isn't the kind of person who panics easily, but she admitted that at this point, she started to feel it building. That trapped feeling, like being stuck in a nightmare you can't wake up from. Everything started to feel off. The air felt heavier. The darkness outside the van windows seemed deeper, more oppressive. The desert that had felt so vast during the day now felt suffocating. Like they weren't just lost, they weren't anywhere. The gas gauge dipped lower. They hadn't filled up that morning, assuming the day's driving wouldn't burn through much fuel. Now, with all the turning around and circling back, the needle was dropping. The driver tried to keep everyone calm, but his voice was tight, and he kept gripping the wheel harder than necessary. Someone in the back started crying quietly. Eventually, they decided to stop at the intersection completely, park the van, shut off the engine, and just sit, think, collect themselves. My aunt stepped outside. The night was dead silent. No wind, no insects, no rustling from animals. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. She walked a few steps away from the van and looked out over the desert. Nothing, just blackness and the faint outlines of hills in the distance. She said the only thing that brought her any kind of clarity was the stars. The sky was completely clear, full of them. She traced the constellations, trying to figure out which direction was which. She found Orion, then the Big Dipper. She figured out which way was north. She didn't say anything at first. She wasn't even sure why she was doing it. But eventually she walked back to the van and told the driver what she'd figured out. That was the moment they made the choice to stop trying to get back the way they came. They picked a direction, north, and stuck to it. They didn't care what road they were on anymore. They just followed the stars. No more guessing at intersections. No more chasing familiar landmarks. They stayed the course. For a long time, there was nothing. Just more road and dark desert. But finally, maybe 45 minutes later, they hit another intersection. One they hadn't seen before. It looked newer, cleaner. The kind of road that got used regularly. There were faint signs of life, fresh tire marks, a soda can that looked like it had been dropped recently, not crushed and weathered. A minute or two later, a pickup truck passed them going in the opposite direction. It was the first sign of life they'd seen in hours. They kept going. Eventually, they started recognizing things. A billboard for a diner they'd passed earlier in the week. A small water tower. Fencing with rusted barbed wire. They were getting close. And then, like nothing had happened, they saw the lights of the town. The glow on the horizon, faint at first, then getting stronger. Streetlights, headlights, neon signs. Civilization. They pulled into the hotel parking lot sometime after 3:30 a.m. Everyone was too shaken to speak. My aunt didn't even go to her room right away. She just sat on a bench near the front entrance and stared at the pavement. She tried to make sense of it later. Tried to look at maps.